Fuck the party, this nigga. I got bars. Hell no, nigga, you ain't gonna wake up. Oh, yeah, that'll be cool. I just shot there.
Dang, that's not the time. What the heck? How am I fighting the that shouldn't take serious.
Damn, this nigga fucked me up.
Oh, dang, okay. I got three gigs installed out of 8. I might be moving shit. One download.
You hear me?
Alright, hold on. Let me get my. Have fun. Alright.
Alright, just bring some Dutchess.
Alright, you gotta pass that, bro.
But just try, at least try to bring one, you feel me? If you can't, you can't. Oh, damn. Alright. Well. You know, what's the deal? Why is there a target on my back? Pretty good, pretty good. What about you? Here we go. I need to find the agent. Thank you, man. Have a great day yourself. English. You too, man. Thank you for stopping by. Yo. Thank you for the subscription, man. I got you when I get off. What is Too much. You sleep in her ass, nigga? Oh, it's my fucking tooth. That shit hurt. Ah, oh my god. This shit. Fuck. This should be hurt. Yeah. This hurts so fucking bad. You cracked that motherfucker? Oh, this shit just started hurting yesterday. Oh, it hurt. Fuck. I wanna take this fucking. Mm. Oh, God. Yeah, I wasn't smoking on the gym. I'm playing golf first. Huh? No. Damn. It's just. Uh, this is why I didn't get no sleep last night. That's so fucking nice. Yes. That's so fucking bad. Oh. This shit is hurting so fucking bad, bro. Mm. Like, if I could just take my fucking tooth out, I would. Ah. This shit hurts. It don't make no sense why it hurts so bad, bro. Mm. 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 It's probably a wisdom tooth, huh? It's not, nigga. It's this one right here. I can tell. Every time I tap it, it just fucking hurts. That's why I just want to take this bitch out like this cool. Mm. Mm. Mm.
photo booth. Y'all told me to check out the LFC. Did you just pop some glass and introduce Stone Cold Steve Austin to this woman's brain while the referee got gold robes on her stomach? She's swimming in on the BBL. Resurrected in the spirit of this hall. Keep looking at the camera, but let the referee do something. Shorty's clearly breathing. What the game is this? Shorty getting choked out like turn the game home to no dinner. Referee not even stopping the hold. She got wow. Why the ref looks so confused, bro? They just left her laying there. She must have owed somebody some money. This was a work of moment, so the referee and her opponent looking like they don't even care for Shorty well-being. How's she still laying there? Somebody roll her out the ring and get her in my bedroom, please.
Any of your consents.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the LFC, where these ladies do everything in their power to entertain you with scantily clad clothing. She put the BBL in her face, then hit her with the Samoan drop. She might be Rikishi cousin. Did she just need her the time? She found the clitoris faster than 53% of men. You was on your feet seconds ago, not the back of your neck smelling like clams. It pays to not take a shower before a fight. It's an advantage when your finish is a submission. Spirit of Rikishi, the big form of BBL thick face. Feel the inside of the posterior on your nostrils. On the head of the dance. I guess that payback was split, and now there's a blank space in the head, no tail. Is this why is she so familiar? Why she must have done squats with another on the toe? But look at the GoPro referee. She didn't come here to work. She came here to ladies do her job all evening. She came to watch ass. So it's one thing to get caught in a rear naked choke. It's another if they got triple E's pushing her nipples through your back. You lost, Shorty. Better luck next time. Oh, she attacking you, coach. Buddy getting rough. She was assaulting him. She beating his. Literally, why she be punching his blue? Imagine waking up this morning to become a mom. Constantly getting fucked up. You know what it is? You're so freaky ass nigga. Freak wrong. You're freaking wrong. Take a look at the top of the gym. It's that period boss and solo Sakoa hanging from the rafters. Make sure you keep your nether region cool. And there's no better grooming kit on the planet than Manscaped. And they just released their brand new product. And it's white hot, baby. Step up your grooming game this summer with the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra in white. First, the updated trimmer blade features longer, wider, and rounded teeth that cut through hair with ease. It glides gently over your skin, capturing even the finest hairs for a flawless look that's ready to impress, whether you're hitting the beach or just enjoying the summer sun. It's like having two trimmers in one, making sure you're always summer ready without breaking the bank. And keep in mind, Manscaped upgraded their infamous LED light designed to flatter a variety of different skin tones. So what are you waiting for? Do us a favor and make your summer sun. And with the Manscaped.com and get a drop of the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra and drop addition.
This hurts so fucking bad. Like, I don't know. You think you might need to go to the urgent care?
Cheeks right there. She's trying to crush my head with this God bless America. In this position is diabolical. Menstruation might be fatal. Imagine waking up this morning to fight after you get photographed into your opponent's favorite name to eat. But the gag is this one actually gets pussy. They back in the cage now. They got this one on the back. Not going on a mission.
You probably need to go get some like toothpaste. You can, right? You think they got that at 7-Eleven? I got, I'm using.
With the flat photography in the front row, he's not on staff.
Put some on, shit. Huh? Put some on. What you think I've been doing all day? It's so random. It's so random.
A big reminder. Tonight's Mega Blitz jackpot is over $300 play now. Abandoned YouTube channels have always been unsettling. I get an uncanny feeling.
Oh my gosh.
Mine is a sport like no other, thanks to its huge variety in events, equipment, venues, and conditions. And it's really thanks to that variety that it's such a hugely entertaining sport to watch.
David Hay versus Tony Bellew on March 4th, 2017 is a prime example of a hockey fighter getting instant karma. Leading up to the fight, David Hay's arrogance was off the charts.
Smoking helps a little bit.
He relentlessly belittled Bellew, calling him a chubby little fat guy and predicting he would destroy him and leave him hospitalized. Hay even told
That shit
Bellew
was
supporters
hurt
to
yesterday
avoid
at
watching the
work.
fight
I
live
just
because
need
it was
to make my
brutal.
money because I was looking good. This shit hurts so bad, bro. I'm not faded because the pain hurts so bad it's making my eyes
Bellew showed no intimidation and fought smartly, while Hay, overly aggressive,
my
resorted to
tooth.
dirty
It's like I don't know
tactics
what
like
happened to
low
my
blows.
tooth, but it's
In the
loose.
6th round,
It's
Hay
sensitive
suffered
to the
severe
touch now.
Achilles
Like
injury, but
you can
he
say it's
fight,
rotten, but
struggling visibly.
nigga, it's loose. You gotta go to the dentist. I don't have no insurance.
Bellew capitalized on Hay's weakened state, landing key shots and taking control.
Hey, Dan, give me that buffalo yet?
In the 11th round, Bellew knocked Hay through the ropes, and Hay's corner threw
This
in the
should
towel.
just barely be intolerable right now just to talk to you. You seen I wasn't even speaking to you this whole time.
The boxing world was shocked. The bully had
Another
defeated,
one,
and the underdog emerged victorious. The fight between Lorian Marklew and Tommy
Like,
Broadbent
I'm
is
still
a
in
perfect
pain, but
example
like,
of instant karma
I
in
could at least
boxing.
talk to you
Before the
now.
match, Tommy Broadbent was extremely
That
cocky,
shit hurt
insulting Marklew and mocking his height.
bad.
His trash talk set him up as the bully. When the
It's
fight
like the
began,
only way I
Marklew
can
quickly
sleep is
proved
if I just,
Broadbent wrong. In a
or
key
like,
moment,
I could relax by just smoking.
knocked Broadbent down with a powerful left hand, and then returned the favor with a hockey gesture.
if my shit stay at this
frustrated and desperate,
level, I could at
resorted
least
to
lay
illegal
down.
shots, which made the crowd boo him for his unsportsmanlike behavior. In the end, Martin delivered a decisive punch that sealed his victory. Broadbent, the cocky fighter who tried to bully his way to a win, was defeated. Time for Victor Ortiz versus Floyd Mayweather in September 2011. Ortiz was confident, promising to knock Mayweather out and claim the championship.
So I sense a little bit of nervousness right there. I am the current supposedly champion of the world, and that will be aim. And I'm going to teach you what it feels like to have that little bit of record about Saturday. When I will hold my hands up, I'm going to teach my ass.
Ortiz was sure he would knock out Floyd, but in the fourth round, Ortiz headbutted Mayweather and tried to apologize with a hug. Who was in the wrong, Floyd or Victor Ortiz? Comment down below. In December 2020, Cuban boxer Frank Sanchez took on Julian Fernandez. Fernandez, known for his bravado, taunted Sanchez during the fight, calling for punches.
I think Sanchez did very well in that fight. Hunters is like a boxer.
At one point, Fernandez even dared Sanchez to hit him, lowering his guard and showboating in the ring.
Cena, Lucky.
Sanchez obliged and delivered a brutal knockout in the 7th round, sending Fernandez through the ropes and out of the ring.
Like Fernandez is not giving any rapport.
This knockout was a stark reminder of the consequences of taunting a superior opponent. Rewinding to May 1994, we see Roy Jones Jr. defending his IBF middleweight title against Thomas Tate. Tate came into the fight as the top contender, but spent more time mocking Jones than focusing on the fight. He danced and mocked Jones during the pre-fight announcements, showing little respect for the champion. Jones, unfazed by Tate's antics, dominated the fight and scored a knockdown in the 2nd round.
96 punches,
Tate's corner threw in the towel, ending the fight early and teaching Tate a valuable lesson in respect. June 2008, the much-anticipated rematch between Miranda felt he had to prove himself after losing to Abraham previously.
Bro, that shit was just at like a 7, 7.5.
At the beginning of the fight,
Right now, this shit at like a 3.
cocky gestures,
But I'll
trying to
take
make
the
Abraham
3.
think he was not afraid.
Obey my commands at all times, protect yourself at all times. Good luck, God bless the both of you.
In the 3rd round, Miranda gets hit, and after that, he decides to taunt Abraham, mocking and making fun of him. In the 4th round, Abraham sends Miranda down twice with left hooks, ending the fight with a combination of right and left punches.
That was a right hand.
Miranda paid severely for being overconfident and cocky. Next, we have an unforgettable match from March 2019. British boxer Sam Maxwell faced Frenchman Sabri Sagiri for the vacant WBO European Light Welterweight title. Sagiri had the upper hand, knocking Maxwell down twice in the early rounds.
The amateur to get to the final of the... Oh my goodness! He's going to begin right out of this.
Feeling overly confident in the final round, Sagiri began showboating, thinking he had the fight in the bag.
There is still a long way to go. The left hand.
But with just seconds to go, Maxwell delivered a stunning knockout that left Sagiri floored and the audience in shock. This match serves as a perfect example of why you should never let your guard down, no matter how well you think you're doing. On August 19, 1995, Mike Tyson made his return to the ring and fought Peter McNeely. In the days leading up to the fight, Peter McNeely made some quite vicious comments about Mike Tyson as he claimed he would knock Tyson out.
Keep laughing. Keep laughing. It'll feel funny, huh? If any one of you doesn't respect me, or what I'm doing, or what I've been through the last 2 months, it's going to last. You want to get a guy like this, you gotta give your chance. On Saturday night, watch me kick Tyson's ass!
I'm just happy to be here. Everybody make their statement. It's clearly a cute statement. Just
Right when the fight started, Peter attacked Tyson right away, but was knocked down in the first 10 seconds. McNeely stood up right away, running around the ring trying to show that he wasn't hurt, but Tyson sent McNeely back on the canvas a little bit after. Then a timeout had to be called by McNeely's manager to save him from further punishment. The referee disqualified the fight, thus giving Tyson a short and quick win. The cocky McNeely was silenced in under 90 seconds. In March 2004, Nate Campbell and Robbie Keaton fought for the USBA Super Featherweight title. Campbell dominated the early rounds and began showboating, thinking he had the fight won. He danced around the ring and dropped his hands, taunting Keaton. However, he forgot the golden rule of boxing: always protect yourself. Keaton took advantage of Campbell's lapse in concentration and delivered a knockout punch that turned the fight around completely, leaving Campbell to reflect on his costly mistake. Felix Trinidad and Ricardo Mayorga fought in 2004 at Madison Square Garden, New York. Right from the press conference until the weigh-in, Mayorga said he would knock Trinidad out by the 9th round.
serious hatred in 10 or 15 minutes.
So notorious was his behavior that after delivering a couple of punches, he dropped his hands and asked Trinidad to hit him. In the 8th and last round, an exhausted Mayorga went down as a result of getting hit with a shot to the body. Two further harassing knockdowns of Mayorga confirmed the win with emphasis. Pitbull versus Carvalho. And no, not that Pitbull and not that Pitbull. Anyway, at the weigh-in during the final face-off, Carvalho was incredibly cocky, making obnoxious gestures right in front of Pitbull.
I'm a better striker than he is. He's only a counter punch. You know, he started his career as a Pitbull, but right now he's just a chess player.
Despite this, Pitbull remained calm and humble, not letting Carvalho's antics affect him. Once in the ring, Carvalho paid dearly for his hockey. Pitbull dominated the entire fight, showcasing superior skill and control.
So what?
In the end, Carvalho was knocked out and the cocky rat had lost. Let's highlight the Inoue versus Arenas fight. Throughout the match, Arenas was extremely cocky, constantly making gestures towards Inoue to show he wasn't hurt and that he was confident of victory. Despite Arenas' antics, Inoue remained focused and dominated the fight from the start. Arenas continued his showboating, but his behavior didn't last long. In round 2, Inoue delivered a decisive blow, knocking Arenas down and winning by TKO. Tereskuri versus Kamek. The day before the match, during their final face-off, Tereskuri was the picture of humility, keeping his cool and showing good sportsmanship. Kamish, on the other hand, was brimming with cockiness. He got up close to Tereskuri, talking right in his face, trying to convince him that he was going to lose. Despite Kamish's disrespect, Tereskuri extended his hand for a handshake, which Kamish arrogantly ignored. When the fight began, Kamish tried to look intimidating, clearly thinking he was going to win. However, as the match progressed, it became evident that Kamish's cockiness was misplaced. Tereskuri's skill and determination shone through. And he ended up winning the fight. Kamish, the cocky fighter, had lost, learning a harsh lesson in humility. Severov versus Sidorenko. Like many other cocky fighters, Sidorenko's arrogance was on full display during the pre-fight press conference. During the stare-down, Sidorenko took a step forward and made a gun gesture towards Severov, clearly thinking he had the win in the bag. However, when the fight started, it quickly became evident who the superior fighter was. Severov dominated the match from the beginning, showcasing his skill and control. As the fight progressed, Severov's dominance became undeniable.
Продолжая наносить. Владлен продолжает пассивную защиту.
In a fitting twist, Severov knocked out Sidorenko and, in a moment of poetic justice, made the same gun gesture back at his fallen opponent.
Невозможно продолжать.
The cocky fighter had been thoroughly humbled. Time for some bare-knuckle action with Famez versus Teague. At their face-off, Paul Teague showed up wearing a clown mask, a clear sign of his cockiness. Despite this, Famez kept his cool. However, the situation escalated when Teague instantly pushed Famez. When the fight started, Famez didn't waste any time. With a single punch, he knocked Paul Teague out, making bare-knuckle history. The cocky clown was beaten in spectacular fashion, proving once again that arrogance has no place in the ring. Time for a Canelo fight, but he wasn't the cocky one. At the weigh-in, Kirkland exuded overconfidence, shaking his head and making gestures to show Canelo he was ready. Like all the other cocky fighters, Kirkland's confidence was misplaced. When fight day came, Canelo outboxed him.
Well, Canelo taking the time to leave the big shot going. Coming back and contending for the future.
My brother, I do coaching. It's a story right here. My favorite teacher is Scout. Each time you see it looks like that. It's like a rage one goal. And that feeling to get back there that you can live and see what come up.
In the end, Canelo took the W. Deontay Wilder versus Breezy. At the press conference, Breezy came out strong, making sure that Deontay Wilder would know that he was ready and not scared.
I'm Deontay Wilder's retirement plan. I'm gonna beat him so bad that he's not gonna want to ever lace up the gloves again. Nor is he gonna be physically fit and able to lace up the gloves again. This man's ugly face passes by. I'm sick of hearing you talk. Time to get in the ring, make team, square off, mono, one-on-one. Anybody can say you, brother can't be there, you're ugly, you're shy girls, all that stuff, nonsense. It's me, one-on-one.
He boldly declared that he would beat Wilder so badly that Wilder would retire and that Breezeal would become the champion.
The power is real. You're going to feel every bit of it. I promise you that.
Wilder just laughed, knowing what was coming. When the match started, Wilder wasted no time. In round one, he delivered a devastating knockout punch. Ending the fight almost as soon as it began. In July 2017, Albert Pagara clashed with veteran Al Khabib Kumani in a highly anticipated bout.
Kumani dominated the early rounds, treating Pagara with blatant disrespect.
Come on, hit me.
He taunted his opponent, dancing around the ring as if the match was a foregone conclusion. Kumani's antics included belittling gestures and mocking dance moves, taking his lack of sportsmanship to an extreme level. However, Pagara remained composed and seized a crucial moment, landing a powerful liver punch that knocked Kumani out cold. The arrogant fighter's showboating was abruptly silenced by Pagara's decisive blow. At a boxing tournament in Jakarta, local favorite Marek Mazuch faced Brazil's Leandro Silva. Silva entered the ring exuding confidence, seeking to entertain the crowd with his flashy moves and arrogance. He dominated the first round, clearly outclassing Mazuch, and even performed a Brazilian dance to mock his opponent.
Making it this, and then I said, make just those short, sharp little shots.
The crowd was captivated by Silva's antics, but Mazuch's determination turned the tide in the second round. With a powerful left hook, Mazuch knocked Silva out. Bringing an end to his premature celebrations and showboating and turning the bout in his favor. In 1990, undefeated Anthony Hambrick showcased his showmanship before his fight against Booker T. Ward. Hambrick's confidence bordered on arrogance, as he put on a performance that seemed more suited for a ballet than a boxing match. He danced around the ring with an air of superiority, evading his opponent's attacks with ease and showing little respect. However, once the fight began, Booker T. Ward channeled the ferocity of Mike Tyson, delivering powerful and precise punches. His overconfidence shattered in an instant by Ward's decisive victory, marking a significant moment in his career. Manuel Char's unsportsmanlike behavior against Alexander Povetkin was evident from the start. Char attempted to undermine Povetkin with grimaces and dirty tactics, showing a blatant disregard for sportsmanship. He used underhanded moves, trying to provoke Povetkin into making mistakes. However, Povetkin remained unfazed and focused on his strategy. He methodically dismantled Char with powerful and precise blows, eventually sending him out of the ring.
When you get all you can eat boneless wings and fries at Buffalo Wild Wings, you create an infinite loop of boneless wings and fries with no beginning, no end. Just boneless wings and fries forever and ever until they are you and you are them. All you can eat boneless wings for $19.99 on Mondays and Wednesdays.
The fight ended with Povetkin's clear victory over the disrespectful opponent, solidifying his reputation as a disciplined and formidable boxer. In a BKFC title fight, Hector Lombard resorted to dirty tactics by pulling his opponent's shorts and throwing an illegal punch, which incapacitated his opponent and secured Lombard the championship.
And new undisputed BKFC One Cruiserweight Champion, Hector.
Following this unsportsmanlike behavior, a fighter named Lorenzo Hunt challenged Lombard and, during the stare down, Lombard again showed his sneaky nature by landing a cheap shot.
You know, Hector, Lorenzo Hunt in the ring. Oh, shit!
A couple of months after this, they both got in the ring. From the very first seconds, Hunt dominated Lombard, smashing his face and playing with him like a toy. Hunt's relentless assault led to a unanimous decision victory, taking Lombard's title and delivering a harsh lesson for his despicable behavior. At the Cage Rage tournament, Attila Kubili faced Richard Bokin. Richard extended his glove as a sign of respect, but Attila responded with a sucker punch, catching Richard off guard.
As I said, he's a brawler. It's what he's used to. You know, he's coming into the elite. He picks up a lot of skill and technique. But as you can see, he's too hungry. He's throwing his strikes already. He could get disqualified for this. This is really, really stupid behaviour.
The referee intervened, reprimanding Attila for his lack of sportsmanship. However, Attila's disregard for the rules persisted. He continued with illegal knee strikes to Richard's head. Realizing Attila wouldn't fight fairly, the referee took drastic action, choking Attila out and disqualifying him from the fight.
Very similar instrument. When he looks as though he's struggling to pull Attila off of his opponent, one actually had to restrain Attila to stop him from fighting. Attila's getting aggressive. Stupid behaviour by Attila here. Richard don't get what's over. Real controversy on the opening bout here. Guys, what was it then? Bobby threw the knee on the ground.
Attila's defeat was a direct consequence of his dirty tactics. The cocky rat had lost. At the Glory tournament, Harald Gregorian was dominating Merkel Groenhart. Groenhart, realizing he couldn't win fairly, resorted to a cowardly sneak attack, striking Gregorian from behind.
According to all 5 judges,
Groenhart's premature celebration was short-lived as Gregorian's team stormed the ring, delivering immediate retribution. Due to the controversial win, they decided to run it back in a rematch. Gregorian, cautious of Groenhart's sneaky tactics, attacked him fiercely from the start. Groenhart's efforts to fight back were useless. Gregorian's non-stop assault ended with a harsh knockdown, and the referee stopped the fight, ensuring Groenhart faced the consequences. The cocky rat got a taste of his own medicine. In December 2023, Dana Batgarel faced Freddy Masabo. During the stare-downs, Masabo threw his belt around Batgarel's neck. A clear insult to Batgarel's Mongolian traditions. Despite Masabo's early dominance and illegal moves, Batgarel's resilience never wavered. He endured a barrage of punches and 2 knockdowns. Finally, Batgarel seized his moment, delivering a perfect flying knee that knocked Masabo out cold. This decisive move avenged the earlier disrespect and showcased Batgarel's fighting spirit. In 2006, young star Badr Hari fought veteran Peter Graham. Hari mocked Graham before the fight, questioning his masculinity and delivering a sneak punch. Throughout the fight, Hari continued to go off, attempting flashy spinning kicks.
Тренингованная модель боксера. Чувствую, это вот делал
However, Graham remained composed and countered with a spectacular rolling thunder kick, knocking Hari down.
Despite Hari's dirty tactics, including illegal strikes to the back of the head and low blow, Graham delivered a final knockdown, ending the fight in dramatic fashion, and teaching Hari a lesson in respect. In February 2012, Vitaly Klitschko defended his super heavyweight title against Derek Chisora, who is known for his disrespectful antics.
Close to the flat, he really wrapped it up, like I say. Like a couple of Batman villains,
At the weigh-in, Chisora slapped Klitschko and, on fight night, spat water into Kali's brother Vladimir's face.
Here you go.
From the opening bell, Klitschko dominated, landing powerful shots and breaking down Chisora's defenses. Chisora's wild swings missed, and Klitschko's composed, tactical approach steadily punished him. Klitschko won by unanimous decision, retaining his WBC heavyweight title and teaching Chisora a lesson in humility for his pre-fight behavior.
The ultimate food medicine. It's time to kick off your program of Total Idiots at Work and Tycoon.
Here. Передня ручка намагається закидувати. Я думаю, що це справа.
Local news keeps us informed when others won't, but it's under siege from big out-of-state media companies and stop. 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 This was Jamie Martinez Strait, who was facing murder charges in New York City on the night of June 20th, 2018. Estrella, along with Manuel Rivera, Elvin Garcia, Jose Nunez, and Antonio Santiago, were stabbed and killed 15-year-old Lisandro Guzman Feliz. All five were part of the vicious Dominican gang of the Trinitarios. According to reports, Lisandro had gone to meet a new friend a few blocks away from his apartment in the Bronx. 4 cars pulled up. To safety for the life of the gang member, cars chased Lisandro, eventually cornering into a nearby bodega. CCTV footage from inside the shop shows a desperate Lisandro seeking refuge, trying to hide behind the counter. Spotted by gang members. A scuffle ensued and Lisandro was dragged out of the bodega. Happens next, shocked the entire city of New York. Armed with large knives and machetes, the five took turns brutally stabbing the teenager. Then fled away in getaway cars. After the attack, the severely injured Lisandro managed to enter the shop but was sent away. Outside, moving fast, he gestured towards onlookers to call 911. Then he started running towards Barnabas Hospital, which was just 1 block away, with a collapsing entrance. Passers-by desperately tried to save Lisandro. However, 2 police officers just stood by watching the scene. They were later investigated for failing to help. Just 20 minutes later, Lisandro passed away as a result of a fatal stab to his neck. Police soon looked at the CCTV footage and arrested the 5 suspects, charging them with first-degree murder.
Police have arrested the 5 suspects accused in the murder of this teenager in the Bronx.
The trial of the 6th member of the Trinitarios gang, Kevin Alvarez, testified against the 5 murderers.
Alvarez's arrest is testifying in court against 5 of his fellow alleged Trinitarios gang members.
Alvarez, who helped drag Lisandro out of the bodega, identified the suspects in exchange for lesser time served and conspiracy charges. Eventually, the jury convicted the 5 gang members for the brutal murder of Lisandro Guzman Feliz. At their sentencing, killers showed no signs of remorse. Instead, they waved gang signs and shouted gang slogans. Enrique Estrella, delivered the fatal blow, was sentenced to life without parole. Jose Nunez, Elvin Garcia, and Antonio Santiago each received 25 years to life, while Manuel Rivera was sentenced to 23 years to life in prison. Lisandro Guzman Feliz lost his life for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But what happens when a popular music artist is killed in broad daylight? Like in the case of Jose Onfroy, rapper popularly known as Triple X Temptation, was killed in Robert, Florida, on June 18, 2018. 20-year-old Onfroy was shopping for a motorcycle with his stepmother in her car. Earlier today, Onfroy withdrew about $50,000 from the bank to make his purchase. The young rapper was unaware he was being stalked by four men, Michael Boatwright and Trayvon Newsom, Dietrich Williams, and Robert Allen. Williams and Allen even followed Onfroy into a dealership to confirm that it was indeed the rapper. Then, as he left the shop, Onfroy's car was intercepted by a black SUV. Armed with guns and faces covered with a mask, Boatwright and Newsom stepped out of the SUV and robbed Onfroy at gunpoint. A scuffle ensued, and the two ended up shooting the rapper before grabbing his bag of cash and fleeing. A passerby filmed the immediate aftermath of the attack and called 911. Another captured Onfroy's lifeless body in the driver's seat of his BMW. The tragic incident left the hip-hop industry in shock. Popular artists like Diplo and J. Cole paying tribute to the teenage sensation shortly afterwards, before were arrested and charged with first-degree murder and armed robbery. However, Robert Allen took a plea deal in exchange for his testimony in the trial of Bill 3, which began with the prosecution claiming that Onfroy's murder was pre-planned and efficient. Boatwright's lawyer suggested Robert Allen is yet to testify against the three who will lie in court.
Robert Allen is the only person you will hear from. If Robert Allen testified, he will.
Then, Williams' lawyer incredibly threw accusations at popular hip-hop artist Drake, arguing that the Grammy Award-winning rapper was to be blamed for Onfroy's death. He also accused Robert Allen of getting paid by Drake.
How much money did you receive from having Drake for 1 year ago? You never met him. You know who he is.
Finally, Newsom's lawyer appeared last, stating that no physical evidence linked his client to the crime.
The evidence will show no DNA whatsoever found on the body was not related on that wall.
However, this was wrong. The prosecution presented a boatload of evidence in court, including CCTV footage from the crime scene. But it was three pieces of damning evidence that settled the case. First was the testimony of Onfroy's step-uncle Leonard Kerr, who fled the scene of the shooting. He described what actually happened that day. Kerr also reenacted when Onfroy was shot. The second crucial piece of evidence was pictures and videos captured the day of the shooting, showing the defendants posing and dancing with stolen money.
$100 bills and surrounded by money. And this video taken at 12:35 a.m. This time Williams appears to be in a problem.
finally, the testimony of Robert Allen ultimately circulated. Allen claimed that he was grabbing that money. Boatwright shot Floyd. Williams was the getaway driver as he set car. Surprisingly, the trio were convicted of all charges and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Michael Boatwright received an additional life sentence plus 30 years, as he was the one who pulled the trigger on Floyd. As for Robert Allen, his plea deal meant a reduced sentence of 7 years in prison plus 20 years probation for second-degree murder, while Triple X Temptation's promise of life was cut short of $2,000. But what happens when an attempted robbery goes horribly wrong? Like in the case of Michael Thomas, who's facing homicide charges in Wisconsin. The report suggests that 2011, 16-year-old Thomas was driving around in a silver minivan with a elite merchant named Jimmy Scales when they stopped at West Lisbon Avenue and attempted to rob Sharon Staples. Thomas allegedly jumped out of the car and threatened Sharon to give up her purse, but when the 34-year-old resisted, Thomas shot her. Sharon was 12 weeks pregnant at the time. Thomas was arrested. He pled guilty to 2 counts of first-degree reckless homicide, killing Sharon and her unborn child. The sentencing, Thomas was initially calm and silent, then suddenly hell broke loose. As he was about to leave the courtroom, Thomas looked towards his family in an attempt to move towards them. This prompted court deputies to tackle him to the ground as an outburst of noise in the gallery. The deputies managed to stand him up at his feet, but couldn't control the teenager. At last, Thomas was restrained and escorted to the courtroom. A sheriff took hold of the situation and calmed the irate family members down. Eventually, the crowd started leaving. A deputy asked a guy named Chuck to wait. Chuck was having none of it. He was promptly cuffed and taken into custody. Ultimately, Michael Thomas was sentenced to 35 years in prison. As for Malik Merchant, police said acted as a lookout, he was sentenced to 17 years in prison. Getaway driver Jimmy Scales, who claimed to be a member of the street gang Disciples, was sentenced to 25 years in prison. While Michael Thomas showed great physical strength and defiance in court, what happens when a gang member bursts into tears? Like in the case of Brandon Spencer, who is facing attempted murder charges in California. Police said that in 2012, 22-year-old Spencer was involved in a shootout at a Halloween party on the University of Southern California campus. Four people were wounded in the incident. Some students left the scene, others hid. Reportedly, Spencer also ran with them, eventually captured by the LAPD. He was charged with 4 counts of attempted murder. During this trial, the prosecution argued that Spencer, a gang member, fired into the crowd in retaliation against a rival gang member. However, Spencer maintained his innocence throughout the trial. The jury found it. They found Spencer guilty of all charges. Then, in sentencing, as the judge read out his fate, Spencer completely lost it. He broke down and banged the table twice with his head before being held back by officers. Ultimately, Spencer was sentenced to 40 years to life in prison. The U.S. shooter Brandon Spencer had a total meltdown in court. How was he compared to a case that terrorized the whole country, like in the case of David Parga, who was on trial for murdering a student in California. In 2006, 27-year-old Leland Washington, an African-American, was reportedly asked to leave a Halloween party. Most of the guests were Mexican gang members. Police said Washington came back to the party, which Vargas, a La Habra Street gang member, felt was a sign of disrespect. The gangster then walked up to the college graduate and, without provocation, struck him several times to the torso. Washington was rushed to UCI Medical Center and died soon after. Varga was arrested and charged with felony murder. He decided to represent himself in court and was eventually found guilty of second-degree murder. During sentencing, family members of Washington addressed their loved one's killer. His brother said Washington did not deserve to go this way.
There's days that the grief is so much that I just kind of muddle through the day. You have to understand who he was. He was such a great person, and the way that he died, he did not deserve that at all.
While their sister spoke about the emptiness that night on her brother's head.
My brother was murdered that weekend. And it's ironic that we're here today. Because it's sentencing for the person that murdered. We know she looked at what.
Finally, another said if given a chance, Washington would have been a great friend to his killer.
I think it's part of it. He couldn't have been anything but friends too. He couldn't have gone any other way but to
Varga was also allowed to speak, to display remorse for his actions, apologize to the victim's family.
I believe she was at the son back for going back. But I think he's sorry for what happened to him. To you specifically, I want to say sorry to what happened to your son. I know the thing you're feeling. I'm on the conversation with you, she's crying.
Even your boss is saying,
Did I once write in this fancy seafood magazine that all the swings are just little white meat pies? Yes, I'm Jimmy Yang.
I don't even imagine that you're going to allow your son.
However, the judge ruled Varga coward, shooting for no reason, and ultimately sentenced him to 50 years to life in prison for the murder of Leland Washington. While David Parga was a small-time gang member at the bottom of the food chain, what happens when the leader of a biker gang gets caught? Like in the case of Joseph Lancia, who's facing attempted murder charges in Rhode Island. 30-year-old Lancia was the president of Hells Angels biker gang in Rhode Island. He fired a gun at a truck that was driven by Richard Starnino. Starnino, once considered a prospect for joining the Hells Angels, was engaged in an ongoing dispute with Lancia. Authorities said no one was injured in the incident, but the situation could have been far worse.
The bullet struck the passenger side of the vehicle. No one was injured.
It should be noted that there were children in the area at that time, and then there was a school across the street from the location of this shooting.
Astonishingly, Starnino not only survived, but he kept on driving, finished his deliveries. After the incident, massive raid was conducted at the Hells Angels headquarters. Some gang members were arrested and taken into custody. Lancia too was arrested. However, as part of a plea agreement, severe charges of attempted murder were dropped. Instead, Lancia pleaded no contest to felony assault and battery.
The reason Lancia changed his plea from not guilty to no contest.
At a sentencing, several members of Hells Angels came in full support of the president. Lancia was given a chance to speak, but refused. However, Judge Kirsten Rogers had some words for Lancia.
Not appear with Tyler Ann, and I'm talking 5 minutes late. Or if there are any violations of your duties.
She also ordered him to stay away from the victim.
There is a no contract order for the protection of Richard Starkey for the duration of 8 years.
Eventually, it was time for Lancia to meet his fate.
A 5-year full sentence, all of which is to be served at the HBI.
Lancia was ultimately sentenced to 5 years in prison plus 10 years of probation. While Joseph Lancia's victim failed to tell his tale, what happens when drug dealers go after one below? Like in the case of 33-year-old Christopher Dean, a drug dealer in Atlanta who wanted to leave the criminal world behind. Looking to make one last drug deal before turning clean, Dean set up a deal with Xavier Gibson, a member of the street gang, Gangster Disciples. The gang had learned that Dean previously worked as a police informant, and ordered him to meet at Gibson's house at Senior Drive. Then, for more than an hour, he viciously beat Dan with a crowbar and a 2x4, before sodomizing him, torturing him, and ultimately executing him. The gangsters then disposed of Dean's body at Hamilton E. Holmes Marta Station. Police found the body dumped in a checked car, along with the torture weapons. But it was back at Gibson's house where they made a shocking discovery. Police found evidence that the suspects continued living in the house, with Dean's bloodstains everywhere. 5 members of Gangster Disciples were arrested for Dean's murder: Christopher Lockett, Xavier Gibson, Cortez Clark, Joshua Brooks, and Jasper Green. Such was the extent of the torture that prosecutors said Dean's skull was actually depressed. They also said the suspects were trying to send a message to other gang members.
They were obviously attempting to send a message to fellow gang members and anyone who might dare to testify against them.
All 5 were found guilty of murder and other gang-related charges. After sentencing, the emotional father of the victim took the stand.
We all know
Ultimately, the 5 gang members were sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Christopher Dean. While Christopher Dean's killers showed no remorse, the suspect in the next case made the whole court emotional. This is Tony Jackson, who was on trial for murder in Michigan. Jackson was 16. He allegedly pulled out a gun and opened fire after a fight broke out between 2 Ypsilanti gangs in 2015. The bullet hit 20-year-old Keandre Duff in the head, instantly killing him. Jackson, now 18, was facing multiple charges, including open murder. He was set to go to trial, and eventually pled guilty to second-degree murder. Things got emotional in his sentencing, and his mother directly addressed Jackson. She said his actions had changed her life forever. Shockingly, she forgave her son's killer. She showed sympathy towards him, addressing him as a young man who had dreams. He then asked for Jackson's mother and some words of comfort for her. Then, in a heartfelt moment, the two mothers stood hug in the courtroom. Jackson was also given a chance to address the court. He apologized to the victim's family. He said he got involved in gang activities when he was young. He took full responsibility for his crimes. He also warned other gang members to learn from his mistakes and change their ways. Then ended his statement with some encouragement for his Ultimately, Jackson was sentenced to 17 to 40 years in prison for the murder of Keandre Duff. While Tariq Jackson's youthful exuberance took the life of a youngster, what happens when someone attacks a police officer out of desperation? Like in the case of Officer Bronson Kalaloa, a 10-year veteran who was killed in a traffic stop in Hawaii. In 2018, Officer Kalaloa approached a vehicle driven by Justin White, wanted fugitive who was out on bail. White had an outstanding warrant against him for violating bail terms. He also had 16 prior convictions, including drug and firearm offenses. During the stop, as soon as the officer approached him, Whitey opened fire, hitting Officer Kalaloa in the neck and leg. The 46-year-old later died in the hospital. Whitey escaped and went on the run. A large manhunt ensued on the island of Hawaii. 3 days later, an SUV was stopped at a checkpoint in South Point. Police said Officer Brian Tina opened the rear hatch of the vehicle, and Whitey, who was hiding beneath a blanket, emerged and opened fire, wounding the officer. Other police officers returned fire, and Whitey was killed in the shootout. Whitey had 3 accomplices present in the car who were helping him escape: Jorge Pagan Torres, Malia Lahala, and Crystal Ferreira.
Custody and today. The judge denied them bail.
They were arrested and charged with accomplice to attempted murder. However, the prosecution couldn't prove those charges. They were later convicted of lesser misdemeanor assault offenses. Ultimately, Lahala was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Pagan Torres and Ferreira each received a year of imprisonment. While Officer Bronson Kalaloa lost his life in the line of duty, what happens when a helpless elderly woman is killed? Like in the case of David Moses, who was on trial for murder in California. Moses was 17. He and 2 others reportedly entered the home of Dorothy Session with the intention of robbing the 81-year-old. Dorothy resisted. Moses mercilessly beat the old woman to death. Police found Dorothy's body with multiple injuries, including a broken nose, missing teeth, cuts to her mouth, and black eyes. Moses was arrested 2 years later, convicted of first-degree murder. At his sentencing, Moses showed no remorse for his actions. He laughed and yawned throughout the proceeding, finding the whole situation boring.
A laugh and yawn and yawn. David Moses acted strangely as his sentencing morning.
At one point, he even dozed off in his chair. Prosecutors said Moses seemed to enjoy the trial. While Moses was facing a lengthy time in prison, his attorney asked the judge for hope in the form of a possibility of parole.
For the next 25 years, that he may have an opportunity to be returned to society.
judge was having none of it. Ultimately sentenced Moses to life in prison without parole.
Without the possibility of parole.
Mr. Moses received the punishment he deserved. Frankly, he's just a dangerous individual, and there's only one place to put him. I'm not saying that.
Since Moses was sentenced to change the law and eligible to be resentenced as an adult, even though there was a chance of changing his sentence from life in prison to 25 years to life in prison, the judge emphasized Moses' complete lack of rehabilitation since his conviction. Coupled that with the brutality of the attack on Dorothy Session, the judge resentenced Moses to life in prison without the possibility of parole. While David Moses was twice sentenced to life for killing a helpless old lady, what happens when the killer vows to kill more in the courtroom? Like in the case of Luis Bracamontes, charged for killing 2 police officers in California. As per reports, October 24th, 2014, Bracamontes was found in violent crimes resulted in the deaths of 2 sheriff's deputies in Northern California. It all started in the parking lot of a Motel 6. Sacramento County Sheriff's Deputy Danny Oliver was fatally shot in the head as he was examining Bracamontes' vehicle. Bracamontes then stole a car and fled to Pacer County, where he shot 2 law enforcement officials, killing Detective Michael Davis Jr.
Bracamontes, an undocumented immigrant, was accused of murdering Sacramento County Sheriff's Deputy Danny Oliver and then Washington County Sheriff's Detective Mike Davis Jr. during a spree that also included kidnapping and other shooting victims in October of 2014.
An extensive manhunt followed, and eventually, Bracamontes was taken into custody. Even though Bracamontes pleaded not guilty, his courtroom actions suggested otherwise. Bracamontes showed no remorse and wished to kill more, promising to do so once he broke out of prison. However, what he did next shocked everyone in the courtroom. Bracamontes gladly admitted to killing the 2 police officers. With his own attorney, did he try to hide the fact?
Bracamontes is responsible for the death of both Deputy Danny Oliver and the Detective Mike Davis.
Unsurprisingly, Bracamontes was found guilty of first-degree murder. His reaction? A wry smile and an awkward shrug. Bracamontes' behavior got even more unsettling as he blew kisses, smiled, clapped towards the victim's family members sitting in the gallery. Then, in one final act of defiance, Bracamontes made a chilling threat while leaving the courtroom. While Luis Bracamontes' cold-blooded murders and courtroom threats were truly shocking, what happens when you have to kill to move up the ranks within a criminal gang? Like in the case of Victor Rodas, who's facing murder charges in Virginia. According to reports, March 27, 2017, Rodas and 4 of the members of the international criminal gang MS-13 kidnapped and brutally killed Raymond Wood. Police found the mutilated body of the 17-year-old in the woods with multiple stab wounds, just 2 hours away from his home in Bedford County. Investigation revealed that Rodas set up a fake predatory operation, after which the victim was abducted, strangled, and stabbed 29 times. Rodas was charged with first-degree murder, robbery, and kidnapping. In his trial, the prosecutor said Rodas killed Wood as part of an initiation ritual to move up in the hierarchy within MS-13. The defense argued that Rodas was merely the getaway driver of the day and had nothing to do with the stabbings. With the trial at an impasse, it seemed Rodas would get away scot-free until police stumbled on a crucial piece of evidence, the murder weapon. Lead investigator John Maddox testified that he saw a dragon's head shining light towards him at the murder scene.
I walked back to the wall and looked at it because there's a shimmer of light that hit me. That's why I caught my attention. I looked down to the ground and saw a dragon's head. Another dragon's head on top of the ground.
That dragon's head belonged to a knife that was used to kill Wood.
The dragon was reported about the body and shown to the jury this afternoon. That was the prosecution, the labor was over an inch.
With the discovery of evidence, the jury eventually found Rodas guilty of all charges. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 55 years in prison for the murder of Wood. While Victor Rodas' criminal conditions were a jail sentence, what happens when you go on a rampage just for fun?
Now I can't feel anything below my waist.
Like in the case of Noah Beth Hall, who was facing multiple charges including murder in Colorado. In August 2021, Lev Hall and 4 others, all between the ages of 18 and 21, reported a crime spree left the state of Colorado shocked. Lev Hall, Seth LaRoe, Aiden Sines, Zane Freeman, and Sam Fussell were all previously detained in the correctional facility in Colorado. That's the play. The rampage started on August 15, 2021. 5 suspects broke into a business and heavily damaged the premises. They then brutally assaulted a man who was trying to take his ex-wife home following a cancer diagnosis. He later testified in court saying his ex-wife blamed herself the day she died.
Even if the day she died, the hospital. She never told me that the moment she prayed and apologized to me, I'm sorry. She blamed something.
The more serious crimes included, the man was left for dead, being robbed. Thomas Young was paralyzed from the waist down. The incident spoke from his hospital bed.
Being a 30-year-old guy, athletic, riding bike everywhere. Now I can't feel anything below my waist.
However, that text was even more shocking. 18-year-old Jewish student Shmuel Silverberg was leaving the Yeshiva Torah's Fame School in Denver. 5 intercepted him, chased him inside, and gunned him down.
Most disturbing of all, the murder of an 18-year-old Jewish student was chased on inside the Yeshiva school where they shot the student.
The rampage ended when 3 of the 5, including Lev Hall, were arrested. Police later apprehended the other 2.
2.5 months later, police would arrest him and some of his alleged accomplices at his home after a one-night crime spree.
4 of the 5 pleaded guilty to a variety of assault and burglary charges. 8 sides of the sentence, 1.5 years in prison. Isaiah Freeman got 30 years. Samuel Fussell and Seth LaRoe each received prison sentences of 21.5 years, 12 years respectively. As for Lev Hall, he additionally pleaded guilty to second degree murder and kidnapping, and was sentenced to a total of 65 years in prison. While Shmuel Silverberg killers showed no remorse, what happens with lawyers, witnesses, and even the judge insane in courtroom? Like the case of Jeffrey Williams, the famous rapper who's facing racketeering charges in Georgia, better known by the stage name Young Thug. Williams is accused of being a founding member of the criminal gang Young Slime Life, or YSL. Police said Williams' YSL had previous ties with the infamous gang. In May 2022, Williams was arrested and charged with 3 related offenses, violating Georgia's Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations, or RICO Act. However, this is not the first time Williams crossed paths with the law. He was previously arrested in 2017 on drug-related charges, as police found contraband, guns, and drug money in his car. Now in court for his RICO trial, prosecutors used Williams' own song lyrics to suggest that he was a part of a gang. But the defense argued that the lyrics were taken out of context, and that Williams made gangster songs only in his studio.
Lyrics that rhyme. Was it taken out of context in the song?
If we're going to summarize this, we will and also like this. This is the moment. Studio cast. In the studio. They are not creating music prosecutors.
They also said prosecutors misunderstood William's stage name. Doug actually stood and truly humble under God.
If you ever help them and self and others out of this endless cycle of you be truly humble under God. That's what
Prosecutors then introduced a picture that showed Williams making Blood's gang signs, but the defense had no details.
You guys stand up.
They argued Williams only made a sign that denoted positivity. Williams' trial was also marred with interruptions, delays, and heated moments. This was mainly because Judge Harold Glanville, prosecutor Adrian Love, and defense attorney Brian Steele were not always on the same page. In one instance, when the defense failed to follow his instructions, Judge Glanville had some strong words for them.
You all don't listen to the court, and it's going to get you a lot harder. You need to listen to me when I tell you something, and don't rely on my understanding.
He also schooled defense attorney Brian Steele on how to operate with evidence in court.
Please point always down. See if it's unloaded, okay? And that's unloaded. Make everybody nervous, okay? Mr. Currency, you're pointing.
While Judge Glanville out of that situation with levity, he lost his patience when prosecutors questioned him about a juror.
Would you stay out of my business, Miss Levin? Stay out of my business. Look, I've been doing this a long time. Yes, I have, yes.
In another instance, the court bailiff had to step in when attorneys for both sides got into a heated argument. Safe to say, Judge Glanville was not impressed at all.
You continually engage in this pattern of behavior. This stuff. You don't want to say my rule. I'm going to be an advocate. At some point, you stop. Just stop. I'm going to lie. Good, bad, different to you. You know when something on this side. Okay, nobody gets on the road with you guys.
The defense, too, had enough of the prosecutor's constant interruptions.
This continuing filibustering has got to stop so that opposing counsel can speak. This continued going back whenever the state loses in this case has got to stop at some point, Your Honor. Thank you.
Then Judge Glanville seemed to get frustrated by the delay tactics used by the defense team.
That's what's happening to the court. You keep delaying and elongating and pushing out our ability to in this case with a jury. All you do delay is elongate out of the whole our presentation to the jury. That's for your benefit. Not for mine.
Williams' attorney Steele didn't appreciate it. Instead, he demanded an apology and asked the judge to recuse himself from the case.
Being writing 5 days on with another judge. But this is what's going on. You see it about? You're killing the jury for nothing.
and you don't apologize. And I did nothing wrong. And look, things also got pretty heated. Judge Glanville and tiny of some evidence that prosecutors wanted to produce.
It's not. One twice. So then follow this, get it before me, and we'll take it out. Both of you all have the responsibility to do that. Oh, it's just the right time.
Then there was another standoff between Judge Glanville and defense attorney Brian Steele. The latter accused the judge of influencing the jury.
My point is, no, that's not true, sir. And that's a mistaken mischaracterization. You're telling me that I've already made up my mind at that point in time. There's already a certain conclusion. It was not, sir. That's not the way that this court looks at its role as the gatekeeper and its role as a referee. I am offended because it's not true in terms of what you were given. Did you object at one time? Did you object at that one time? Did you object at that one time, sir? I'm asking you a question. Did you object at that point in time, sir, Judge? She hasn't been qualified as of yet. I don't think you should read that instruction as of yet. But you didn't object, or did you?
Now, if that wasn't all, the defense then called out prosecutor Andrew Love lying to the judge's face.
From you in your face and lying to the court. And that's what she did. And she knew what she was doing. And it's
the trial is also filled with some disarming and protective of never before seen moments, like the subject in the gallery handed over Williams a bag of drugs to a dozen court officers. Or when a juror got into trouble from the court reporting proceedings.
This court did in analyzing issues about acceptable behavior.
Have the bars out?
Yes.
At the moment when it came,
Did you turn the phone on?
it was, truthfully, just come from different
Answer my question first, and then you can explain it. You recall us telling you to turn off your cell phones.
Another juror took off to a vacation instead of attending jury duties. She was held in contempt and oddly punished with a 30-page essay on the importance of jury service.
I'm finding what I want to do is, in order for you to satisfy your intent, I'm going to commit to 20 days and require you to write a 30-page paper on the importance of jury service.
Incredibly, a third juror was also held in contempt after being quiet to the media about the trial.
This would be okay for you to inquire about it, especially if there's a double take on my part. But that tells me you were listening on the media, which is what I told you not to do as well.
He too received a peculiar punishment.
You're going to do 10 hours of news service, all right? And when we pick a jury in this case, you're going to cover the first 5 days of trial.
But the court was also the victim of a cyber attack. All the screens were bombarded with naked suit calls, much to the amusement of everyone present. But the trial also saw its fair share of questioning witnesses. One of them erupted on the stand during cross-examination.
My head hurt, and she asked me questions about this, she asked me questions about that, about children, and I don't know.
He said this nothing was in public, he and his family were being harassed.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Still getting called. Still getting taken.
Then he made the most shocking revelation. There was also a witness who seemed to have been forced to testify in court. She made claims of harassment by the district attorney's office.
Part of it is because of the interactions and your reaction was based on the interactions you have had. Not with Mr. Williams and everyone over here, but with the district attorney's office. Isn't that true? Yes. You told us when you were back there that they had been, quote, harassing you for a number of months. Is that true? Yes.
Judge Glanville, finally fed up with all the delays and interruptions, addressed the court.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Delivery is now. I got a drink in the box, so you better ask me that tomorrow. I mean, we had time this morning. I could have gone through that this morning and made clarity for both sides.
The judge said if need be, he would court on the weekends to make up for the lost time.
Once you're starting legally, we'll start having court on the 15th. Yeah, well, that's my call. So if you don't want your Saturday and Sunday sucked up, I think if you can work a little hard.
Safe to say the trial is still ongoing.
On October 29th of 2017, the music festival they arrived at the room and they consumed ecstasy. There was an argument, and Kaylee and Mark leave. And at some point they pull off of the road for what Mark describes as pickup sex. And afterwards, she tells Mark she's not feeling well. You're out in the corridor. She goes unconscious. And at 10:30 at night, he goes to the hospital and he flags down the nearest EMT. She has no pulse. She's covered head to toe in bruises and blood from the waist down and the bottom of the chest.
She's looking for quite much time. She was perfectly normal having sex. Yeah, just like all every beautiful.
And I was up at the hospital. I saw something like that in the first. I was his best friend, and she was like, he felt sorry. You know, life support that she was on.
Dr. King, we have what's consequences of disability.
It's like she's not playing all of this story. The medical examiner believed that Hillary had died from blunt force trauma to the face and to the head, and not Howard was arrested.
This is a case where there's more than meets the eye. Things aren't always as they seem. I tried to perform CPR on her while trying to operate a motor vehicle. I tried this is exactly the brightest bulb in the box at this point. They detected the diagnosis. It's not a homicide. This is, I think, a terrible, terrible accident.
Mark Allison, an dangerous person. He is textbook of domestic violence. It's about control. She was a parent, she was walking around, she tried to follow that defender. After the movie described as a 3-minute trial, the jury ultimately held. Devastated by the result of the first trial, Haley's parents began to take things in their own hands and to see that justice was served in the second trial.
Studying our house and others, and she makes something pretty below the left side, and I want to see what it will take after taking that photo. I want you to tell me about this car. This is Mark Howard's car, and you bought this car, is that right? Yes, I did. You need to be able to show the jury what happened to you. What did you figure out? So, we determined that Haley said likely struck that lightning rod, resulting in fatal injury.
made a commission a reenactment of what they believe happened to their mother. It would be a game changer. This is the moment of truth. The little bit of any justice.
And Taylor Clement, best friends since ninth grade, had a streak. Snapchatting every morning.
Every single day, she was much more than one person said I was doing mine first thing in the morning.
But Monday morning, October 30th, 2017, no word from Taylor.
I didn't get a Snapchat.
Both good students, they bonded in science. Taylor says she was instantly drawn to Kate.
She had a really infectious smile and big eyes and a lovely heart.
The two separated to go to different colleges. That October morning, Kate was on Taylor's mind.
As I'm waking with her face in the back of my head, I haven't heard her.
Taylor didn't know it, but just hours earlier, Kaylee's mother, Allison Steele, and stepfather, Lawrence Bateman, were awakened at 4 in the morning with horrifying news.
Your daughter was involved in some incident, and it's been life-flighted out.
They released from their home in Houston to the hospital. Praying Kaylee was okay.
What was it happening with that? Why did you sleep?
I saw my daughter's body smashed.
I just see this here on the later, and my heart just stopped. And I knew that it was bad.
Within hours, Kaylee's parents were told there was no hope for recovery. Their daughter, just 19 years old, once so full of life, was soon declared brain tumor. Lawrence and Allison want the world to know what happened to her.
All that attention was destroyed, and not even how it happened was impossible.
They wanted to see her one last time. Taylor sat with Allison as she held Kaylee's hand and prayed.
I remember thinking over there was this hostage or something.
Kaylee had previously requested that her organs be donated to help others. As she was taken to surgery for that procedure, her parents said goodbye.
It was very emotional. Of course, we didn't want to let it go. But it just didn't happen for things.
Just being true. Things seemed to be well for Kaylee. A sophomore in communications major at Trinity University in San Antonio. She enjoyed the sorority and was a cheerleader. And she met a boy.
Kaylee at the time was very much in love with the only serious boyfriend she had ever had. His name was Jeff Christian.
Jeff was a Trinity football player and fraternity brother. Kaylee dated him freshman year, but they broke up.
What she told me was, I don't know that he wants a serious relationship. And she did.
I think that's how not really for her.
There was another man in Kaylee's life, Mark Howard. He was 22 years old and had been a star high school baseball player.
I didn't really get there and see you right back and get you on the ball and you were hiding.
Mark lived in Houston, who was often on Trinity's campus visiting friends. That's where he met Kaylee.
I think that they're both very beautiful people, and I think that was the primary attraction.
In this holiday school,
My benefit for their problems with a relationship with Jen, and Mark was a soft alternative to that.
Both Jen and Mark knew it was seen the other men, and either friends say, like the competition. Then, just 1 month into his new relationship, Mark Howerton rushes Haley to a small rural hospital in Lee, Texas. While medical staff tended to Haley, police officers interviewed Howerton in the quietest place they could find. It was recorded on the officer's body. Howerton told officers that he and Haley went to the music festival. There, alcohol, and a drug known as Molly or ecstasy. Christy Jack is an attorney based in Fort Worth. We asked her to look at the files in this case. She says things took a troubling turn at the music festival.
They saw Jack Richmond at some point and began to argue.
Howerton says sometime after 4 p.m., he and Haley left in his Mercedes. Arguing after Haley told him she still had feelings for Jack. Howerton said that they stopped in a parking lot where they had make-up sex. Rough, said Howerton, but consensual.
Still talk to me for 5, 6 minutes.
Howerton told officers they got back on the road hours after. Howerton said at some point Haley stopped breathing and he tried to resuscitate her.
And typically at night, he sees a sign on the road heading to his hospital the next day. He pulls off.
Emergency medical workers told investigators they instantly knew Haley was in bad shape. She was nearly naked, bruised, and had no pulse.
A paramedic or a nurse who says these bruises were on her when she went to the hospital in Louisville.
She was hard. Howerton told the police officer Haley already had bruises on her legs earlier in the day.
She lived in the person. Seriously, his drug is all
Police interviewed Howerton several times, but he was not charged with any crime related to Haley's death. Then, 3 months later, her autopsy report was released. The medical examiner ruled that Haley had died from blunt force face and head trauma. It was ruled a homicide. Mark Howerton was charged with murder. He pleaded not guilty and was released on bail.
Hospital. Something you don't typically see. Murderers don't usually do that. No. The idea that he was open and shut is a mistake.
As the trial begins, John Hunter says he has evidence that will surprise the jury. After Haley had died just a few times, Mark Howerton is finally brought to trial for allegedly kidnapping, assaulting, and murdering her.
It's surprised to see Mark Howerton in the courtroom.
I do my best to try not to look into too much.
The trial begins with prosecutor Alessandra Crenshaw's opening statement.
I mean, the best way to tell it is to start with the differences like that. And the reason why is the benefit.
Prosecutors allege that Howerton forcefully escorted Kaylee from the Malibu Music Festival to his car. He then drove her to a parking lot where he sexually assaulted and beat her, causing a fatal brain bleed. These photos show Kaylee's condition about 18 hours after she arrived at the hospital.
I would have been no relations about my defendant guilty of the offense of murder.
In previous court statement, defense attorney John Hunter attacks every foundation of the prosecution's case.
Howerton did not cause the victim to die death. No one saw anything that transpired between Mark Howerton and the victim died. That evening was when there are no eyewitnesses.
The state begins its case with paramedic Cheryl Lane. Stars where Kelvin was driving ambulance up to the Louis Hospital that night. When the vehicle suddenly appeared behind her.
This is a rock hard on my honking and flashing my lights. Before I knew that I was being exonerated, calling screaming he's calling the fastest workplace is not really being told.
When Lane looked inside Howerton's car, she saw a disturbing scene.
She was exposed, yes, and clothes were in the floorboard by her. She had bruises on her, just multiple bruises that I just remember seeing. That's when I started seeing her.
But Hunter says not everyone in the hospital believes Kaylee had been attacked.
The treating physician at the Louis Hospital approached this as a drug overdose. Wasn't it because Mark told them he thought she was overdosed? But the symptoms she was presenting were consistent with our patients. Was this woman beaten or not? No.
Hunter insists the photos showing bruising on Kaylee don't point to foul play.
By the time that the sexual assault was in the photographs, she has been resuscitated 6 times. She's had chest tubes. She's had IVs placed on both arms. She had been worked over by those physicians at the Louis Hospital in a traumatic way.
While the medical team fought to change his life, he seemed to leave in the photograph of Howerton. Police officer Chris Adams. Evidence investigators believe that Howerton did hit him. The Mark Howerton arrested after Kaylee's death was an enormously muscled and intimidating figure. Kaylee's friends say he used steroids.
Even in such a confined space, it would have been relatively easy for him to cause that kind of damage to my body.
Mark Howerton initially cooperated with investigators, allowing police to search his Mercedes, where they found a gun and marijuana.
He was worried about himself and would have told the police to get along.
Instead, Hunter says, Howerton was much more concerned about Kaylee. The only person who could counter Howerton's story was death. Investigators hoped to on her behalf. Dr. Susanna Dana performed the autopsy and says the evidence shows Kaylee was beaten to death.
She had multiple surgeries taking place in the that's a bruise, that's a good deal.
The pregnancy symptom only one.
But during cross-examination, Hunter gets Dr. Dana to admit at least one of Kaylee's injuries was caused by her medical care.
So, CPR caused a lot of different injuries, not just simply symptom.
Yes.
In this case, the injuries were
I believe so.
The medical examiner says the cause of death is complications of blunt force face and head trauma, and the manner of death is homicide. Is the examiner right?
Or these injuries death.
Whatever the jury thinks about how Kaylee died, we're about to learn much more about her troubled love life with Mark Howerton.
I had to hear Roger and one of the food.
In the agonizing final hours of Caleb and Dottie's life, her friends gathered to say goodbye. Haley's childhood friend Taylor Clement met her college friends for the first time. They bonded, talking about Kate. Some of his friends now nervously wait to testify in Mark Allerton's first trial. Her roommate, Morgan Thompson, told about a stormy history between Kaylee and Mark, including one particularly disturbing incident just a few weeks before Kaylee's death. She was attending a party, and says Mark got upset when she invited Kaylee to come along.
Mark and Kaylee were all on the
Kaylee ended up going to that party against Allerton's wishes. Soon, neighbors reported hearing loud banging in Kaylee's room. Memphis police officer Roderick Lewis was dispatched to investigate.
The location of the middle subject was in the room. So you're in the room, just waiting on her while she's at a party? Exactly. You know that they were in the room?
No, this Allerton resisted Officer Lewis's request to see the stop.
So I'd like you to step out here and we're partners right now.
When Officer Lewis did go into Kaylee's room, he found the glass door to the balcony was cracked, and Kaylee's clothes were scattered in the trees. Friends say Allerton later smashed Kaylee's laptop on the street. The university barred him from campus. Kaylee told her ex-boyfriend, Jet Burcham, that she wanted to get back with him.
She was really torn between two different people, and both of them were vying for her affection.
Jet told the jurors it all came to a head at the music festival.
She thought she wanted to bring up with them all because it would be one of the races of people around.
Did she seem worried about her?
Yes.
Allerton picked Kaylee up to go to the music festival. But first, he says they pulled into a nearby car wash to take MDMA for loan. Allerton said they had more once they got to the festival.
We're talking about massive doses, well above what would be necessary for it to be effective to gain the experience.
When Kaylee didn't show up on campus that night, her friends started calling her. Allerton answered Kaylee's phone.
So I said, have you seen Kaylee? Have you heard from her? Are you with her? And he said, she can't help right now. And then I got the phone.
They began searching for Kaylee. Jeff Bertram, who also attended the festival, says he saw Mark and Kaylee move toward an exit, seemingly against Kaylee's wishes.
Like she was trying to create space and just get away. She's kind of said away and seeing each other's around and put her on the shoulder and pulled her in closer. And they determined and walked away.
This is important testimony.
It's important testimony because it's showing that she's being taken someplace that begins to be real.
Defense attorney John Hunter hammers him on cross-examination.
It immediately falls apart almost from the very first question.
In his questioning, Hunter confronts Jet.
I should take a look at that.
Revealing how he initially misled investigators about what he had seen.
And you asked the police, and you thought Mark is here.
I said, his thought is not correct. Yes, sir. You ever spend a half an hour that you use? Yes, sir. I would not see him put her in the car.
Bertram admits he exaggerated the police. But why? Washington's safety was worried about Katie's safety and wanted to keep her calm and search for her. Hunter then challenges Jeff regarding inconsistencies in his testimony to the grand jury about the timeline at the music festival.
This time, you are probably placed in the guy's phone and it's 7 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
In an effort to undermine Jet's credibility, he is asked about an unrelated drug charge. In 47 minutes of brutal questioning,
Money and marijuana. Why you found?
Elton takes the fifth 30 times. That's his lawyer by his side. The damage is done. Tell me the impact of him saying over and over these tapes. The impact, I think, can't be understated. It's a huge thing to see some kid do that. Hunter has a star witness of his own. Dr. William Anderson, forensic pathologist and former medical examiner who reviewed Kaylee's autopsy and records for the defense.
So when you look at the autopsy, you're going to see what it looked like bruises.
Anderson presented the crux of Hunter's case, that Kaylee's bruising was caused in part by resuscitation efforts and the organ donation process. He goes one step further, pointing to a thin line in a photo of Kaylee's skull.
Right here, he has this jagged line. On his head, it's like,
a skull fracture, which Hunter says could indicate that Kaylee's brain bleed was caused by a fall.
She was in a car. She was in a car for portions of that day. Utah's don't kill people instantaneously.
I don't think that you can overstate the importance of his testimony from a defense perspective. If you're in the impression that all of these injuries occurred at every means but not Carlton.
Once the defense rests, the prosecutors bring the medical examiner back to challenge Dr. Anderson's testimony.
The faint line that Dr. Anderson was referring to came from a picture. I didn't believe it. I thought it was reckless for him to have that opinion so definitively with only the picture.
The jurors must now make a momentous decision. Did Mark Howerton kill Kaylee? After just 10 hours into the meeting, the jury in Mark Howerton of the trial sends a note to the judge. There will be no verdict.
I think that was the issue with steps in the coaching.
This trial, you have this at, in a way, a victory for you. Anytime that the client doesn't go to prison, it's a victory.
It was something that just disheartening, but at the same time, I was mentally prepared for that outcome.
Prosecutors David Lumen and Alessandra Crenshaw were disheartened too.
Did you feel as though you'd let the family home? Sure.
Absolutely. But it doesn't end there. The prosecutors plan to retry the case and get busy preparing for round two. Starting with the defense star witness, medical examiner David Anderson.
I'm not prepared for Dr. Anderson to testify and looking
They've been stunned by his claims that Kaylee had a skull fracture. Bruising was caused in part by the organ donation process.
So, do you find that this notion that organ harvesting caused these bruises to be absurd?
Absurd. Absurd. In this instance, it's absurd. While the prosecutors work to address those claims, the defense attorney, John Hunter, files a motion to get the whole case dismissed, based in part on what he says were Jet Bertram's lies.
The known use of false evidence by the prosecution undermines our entire faith and confidence in the judicial system. If that can happen, then there's no point in even having a trial.
Kaylee's mom, Allison Steele, and stepdad, Lawrence Bateman, sat through the first trial and concluded jurors needed more information about what happened inside Mark Howerton's car.
We can investigate.
I really needed to show what happened in that car. The jury needed to know how it happened.
She's a scientist.
He is a NASA engineer. They got to work.
I spent hours and hours studying autopsy photos. I really fixated on one of the autopsy photos that showed the impact on Kaylee's head right in front of the ear.
This photo of a small dot above Kaylee's right ear. Other photos show deep bruising above Kaylee's left ear, like this one, described by the medical examiner in the first trial. Kaylee's parents believe that when taken together, the photos tell a story.
We believe that of all of the injuries, the wounds that he landed on her, the fatal one occurred when he reached on his driver's seat, hit her in the left ear, and drove her head into the window and onto the lock button of the car.
In fact, in a recorded audio interview released the day Kaylee died, Hamilton admitted he had previously done just that.
She ever pushed Kaylee's head out against the window? I pushed her, and she hit the window one time. That was a really good.
So, in many respects, it was the same song except worse.
They need proof to convince a jury. Kaylee's parents headed to a used car lot, where Allison posed in the car similar to the Mercedes Hamilton drove that night.
I photographed her head in different conditions while I'm holding the autopsy images, trying to see if they match up with it or it's a perfect match.
Edwards decided to go a step further.
So then I devoted this 3D model for the
building a 3D model of Kaylee's head.
First thing you need to do is create a solid out of that 3D mesh, and then project an image onto it,
and bringing them closer to having actual proof.
So this gave me the confidence to go to the next step, which was to seek out the kid first.
Mark Hamilton sold the car in 2018. Lewis tracked down the new owner and bought the car.
What you think of it? Well, this is new. This is something I've been accustomed to hearing in other cases.
Show me what you believe went down. Let's go through to the passenger side. The car Kaylee was fatally injured in is sitting in her parents' driveway. Lauren says driving it home was a haunting experience.
It's torturous, but it's also she was showing she was guiding this car.
Do you believe that he struck her when he did? She came over to this, her head hit it. Now you notice when you push it down, it doesn't go flat.
Right, this will not retract fully, no matter how hard you do it.
Kaylee's parents decided to make the video to demonstrate their theory in court.
They went down to there was a man and female to dress the cards. They were in similar size, similar way.
If we did a search ourselves, it would be considered biased and probably it's discredited.
So they hired a private investigator to produce the demonstration. They didn't even look at it in case they were called to testify about it. The video is simple, showing three angles of what Kaylee's parents and their experts believe happened. It is showing a jury a video like this potentially help the prosecution's case if it's allowed.
Juries are very visual. It makes it easier for them. It shows how it can happen. And it answers a number of the questions that the jury had in the first trial.
John Hunter says, however Kaylee got that dot above her ear, it's all speculation.
It could be from something at the hospital. It could have been from something before she got in Mark's car. Could it be that is from locking from the door? I mean, sure, it could also be the space station. And Mark, I almost feel like it's not worth discussing because it's so unscientific.
Years go by.
I am not law enforcement. That's not my background.
Allison works to pass the Texas Clear Alert Group. It enables law enforcement to quickly initiate searches when people aged 18 to 64 go missing. In 2021, the district court in Texas denied John Hunter's motion to dismiss the case, claiming there was no evidence of prosecutorial misconduct relating to Jeb Burcham's testimony. Hunter appealed that ruling.
It was horrible, just waiting and not knowing what was going to happen.
Hunter filed appeals all the way to the United States Supreme Court, declined to hear the case. We lost it to take it to the bench. More than 5 years after Kaylee's death, a date for a second trial was set. May 23rd, 2023. What's at stake here? Are feelings running high? Emotions running high?
I don't think the stakes could be any higher.
Investigation. See more evidence from the case. Only others now. In May of 2023, Mark Howerton is about to go on trial for the second time for the murder of Kaylin and Dottie.
I felt confident that this was her time.
In the 5+ years since Kaylee's death, Howerton was active on social media, posting things like, I'm illegal, I'll beat you, showing little remorse.
75% of people think I'm guilty. That just means 75% of people go on and have some.
He was really hard to bragging about having taken the state of Texas and Florida.
Howerton's attorneys, John Hunter and Haley Pease, say acting out on social media was his way of coping with the pressure of being falsely accused of murder.
He was using social media as an outlet to relieve some of that tension.
During the first trial, jurors had only one charge to consider, felony murder. This time around, lawyers had 4 charges, including aggravated assault and criminally negligent homicide. Then came time to consider the video Haley's parents had made. She want the jurors to I did initially. Presenting the video came with risks, including the risk that Hunter's cross-examination about it might undermine the whole case.
The judge said, I'm going to let it in. But if so, then the parents are now witnesses and they will no longer be allowed to sit in the trial. And the prosecution went and talked to the parents and they decided to withdraw the exhibit.
On May 23rd, trial 2 begins. This one without television cameras. And Senator Cranshaw's opening statement is nearly the same.
The experts who explained this case is to start with Haley and Bobby's life ended and that we call this as defendant.
But there is a big change to the witness list. No Jeb Burcham.
There was nothing to be gained.
And prosecutors had a witness, an expert on domestic violence, who told jurors Howerton was a textbook abuser, who isolated and manipulated Kaylee, and ultimately became enraged and lost control. A pattern particularly difficult to handle at just 14 years of age.
No idea the dangerous predicament she was in.
John Hunter wants jurors to give Howerton the benefit of the doubt.
The presentation of how Haley looks in the hospital and how she looked at the autopsy does not mean that she was beaten.
This case, this time around, relies heavily on the testimony of a pharmacologist who said the high levels of MDMA, liver ecstasy, in Haley's system could have caused her brain injury.
However, was that was the major precipitating reason for her death.
But prosecutors and Kaylee's family say Hunter grossly exaggerated the danger of MDMA.
There's never been a single documented case anywhere of MDMA causing a subdural phenotype.
You say that? Well, first of all, they haven't done much research on this at all.
Hunter claims one final witness, the former medical examiner whose testimony about organ donation an impossible skull fracture caused serious damage to the prosecution in the first trial, Dr. William Anderson. This time, prosecutors are ready for him, with a new witness, a respected medical examiner, who told them Anderson's claims in the first trial were irresponsible.
They realized that we were more than prepared to shoot down all those claims that we had made in the first trial.
I didn't even have a fight about the skull fracture. So the defense rests. We found Dr. Anderson. It was a shock. You could hear a gasp. A second set of 10 people who determined Mark Allerton's fate. It's an agonizing second fate for Kaylee's parents.
This is the moment of truth. We will go down and get justice.
Agonizing for John Hunter, too. He'd spent nearly 6 years working to keep Allerton free. So the jury comes back in. What do you do? To those beautiful words in English language, not guilty of murder.
My first when we were not guilty on the murder, we're thinking, dear God, this is the cover. This is going to walk out of the
There was more. Allerton was convicted of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury. Everyone was hugging each other, expressing their relief that Mark Allerton was going to prison.
I told you that, and 8 sheriff's officers had assembled to take him to jail. 8. So that was their way of saying we're here for you. So that was an experience to see that.
He was sentenced to the maximum 20 years in prison. To Kaylee's family, not nearly even. Mark Allerton's a monster, and he does what a monster does. For Kaylee's friend Taylor, the wound remains rough.
Who's my best friend?
Lawrence and Allison say they have no regrets about spending time and money on a video that they never got to see. They showed Allison that video for the very first time.
It's hard to see it because that's most likely the blow that killed her.
Kaylee's mom, who cried something good on her daughter's death, continues her fight to help other victims of violence.
What I would like is for her sacrifice of other people. That's what she did. I shouldn't do my body. Something that happened. I felt it.
This patient's release was like the sea.
I had no idea the type of evil we were doing. Welcome to another episode of 48 Hours Post-Mortem. CBS News correspondent Henry Green, and today we're going to take you inside the most recent episode of 48 Hours for the love of Kaylee Maniotti. We have a dramatic story of not one, but 2 trials as family members and friends seek justice for the death of Texas college cheerleader Kaylee Maniotti. And joining me now for a deeper dive are Peter Hansen and Chris Brennan, who have been reporting on this case since 2019. Thank you so much for joining us. Hello, Emery.
Really good to see you again.
And of course, I have a lot of questions about this episode, but first, of course, as per usual, we're going to start with a short recap of the case.
One October night, Kaylee Maniott's sometime boyfriend, Mark Allerton, brought her to a hospital in rural Texas. He told police officers they'd consumed ecstasy and after rough sex in the car, 19-year-old Kaylee stopped breathing. She was nearly naked and bruised. Hamilton expressed concern. She was harmed. She died a day later. A medical examiner ruled Kaylee died of blunt force trauma to the face and head. Mark Howerton was charged with murder. 2019. Prosecutors argued that Howerton beat Kaylee, but his lawyer said her bruising was caused by resuscitation efforts at the hospital, and possibly a fall. It ended in a mistrial. A second trial was set for 2023. Kaylee's mom, Mrs. Stewart, and stepdad Lawrence Baker went on a mission. Became invested. They tracked down Howerton's car and bought it. Kaylee was assaulted in the passenger seat. They commissioned a video using actors. Could this convince a second jury that Mark Howerton killed Kaylee?
So, like I said earlier, you've been reporting on the death of Kaylee for 5 years. What was it like for you revisiting this case?
For me, there was this emotional attachment that we have to the story to Kaylee, to her parents and wanting to see justice.
Hey, come on. I read trials, and I'll say the first trial is actually one that I will never forget. You could feel tension in the room. When you see the photos of bruising on Kaylee Dottie's body, and when you learn about Mark Howerton's past abuse of Kaylee, the fact that defense attorney John Hunter is able to persuade jurors otherwise shows just how good of a lawyer he really is.
Yeah, Hunter's one of the most impressive young defense attorneys I've seen in the United States. And for Kaylee's family, though, they see really different.
So speaking of attorney Hunter, he was part of another case that we recently talked about on this podcast.
John Hunter represented Air Force Major Andre McDonald. In another San Antonio case, McDonald was found not guilty of murder, but guilty of manslaughter in the death of his wife, Antonia. This was the case in which Andre McDonald confessed to killing her just a couple days before the trial started. And yet Hunter was able to get a manslaughter as opposed to a murder conviction for him. That was a big difference.
So Hunter's a big deal. He's a big deal in Texas. He played a pivotal role in the first trial when it comes to the testimony of Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, Jet.
And Jet Burcham, who was a former boyfriend of Kaylee's, he was a very important witness because when she and Howerton got inside Howerton's car at this music festival in San Antonio and drove off, everyone that knew the two of them was they were concerned about Kaylee's safety. And so Jet Burcham decides to tell authorities that Howerton manhandled her to get her into his car. Well, so he gets up on the stand to tell this story, and it turns out a portion of it was a lie. And Hunter believes, and Hunter takes him apart in a cross-examination unlike anything I've ever seen.
And you asked the police, and you talk on physically place in this office.
Yes, sir.
And it was in the testimony that you gave today.
Yes, sir. I did not see his boyfriend in the car.
And then there was that crazy moment where he took the fifth since he had been on probation for a drug charge at the time of Kaylee's death. I'll say, sitting in that courtroom, Jet took the fifth 30 times. My jaw literally dropped. I've never seen it. I know you've seen your fair share of court cases. Yeah, this like, I hate to say it this way, but it was like watching a slow motion train. Seriously, I mean, it was. I will never forget it.
And I want to see if you're the prosecutor or defense attorney is to turn the other side's star witness into your witness. And that's what John Hunter did here. By the time Burcham stepped off of that stand, he was a broken witness. And Lord knows what the jurors at that point are thinking about who were looking at. But these prosecutors tell us the truth. They have to. It starts to raise questions.
In this episode, he mentioned that investigators really hoped Kaylee's remains would speak on her behalf, that bruising would be evidence that she had been beaten to death by Mark Harrington. But then the defense called forensic pathologist William Anderson to the stand.
Yeah, and here was another devastating moment for the prosecution side of this, because the prosecutors were trying to make the point that this was the result of a beating inside that car of a jealous boyfriend who took it out on her, and she died as she looked back in. William Anderson, the pathologist, his testimony raised the possibility that some of these bruises may have been from the times that they tried to resuscitate her in the hospital, chest compressions, putting in lots of needles in the arms, legs, and the veins and things, working the body over, and also the fact that she had previously signed a document that if she ever died, that she would donate her organs. And so they did an organ removal. And so what they were able to argue to the jurors is that no, bruises are from the medical personnel themselves. And that was enormous, and his testimony was powerful.
And Chris, Mark Harrington never took the stand. Never took the stand. Absolutely.
I've spoken to investigators at the hospital. They took him into the chapel and answered a number of questions without an attorney. Volunteered to do so. And so they got somewhat of a baseline, at least of the story of what happened that night. But by not taking the stand at trial, Harrington never subjected himself to cross-examination. And trust me, that is one area these prosecutors would have been very distraught.
Well, a lot of times when victims' families for 48 hours to tell the story, it is because you guys are really doing a lot of work behind the scenes building that trust. And Chris, you kept in touch with Kaylee's mother and stepfather this whole time, right? Yes. I talked to them a lot about these last 5 years, and I can tell you that they were suffering. I'm a parent myself, I really can't imagine their pain. Not only losing their daughter, but the fact that won the first trial and it didn't hung jury, and then they had to wait almost 5 years for a retrial, and they hoped with their grief by really looking for answers. Here are the parents, Allison and Lawrence, just to speak about that.
I knew we needed to show what happened in that car. The jury needed to know how it happened.
She is a scientist. He is an innocent engineer. They got to work.
I spent hours and hours studying autopsy photos. Fixated on the autopsy photos that showed an impact on Kaylee's head, right in front of her ear.
It's really incredible. Their belief is that Harrington Kaylee from the left ear and drove her head into the window and onto the lock button of the car.
Yeah, what they did with this information, remember, as you just heard, once a scientist, once an engineer, and they tapped into a brilliant network of experts as far away as the United Kingdom, and Lawrence ends up creating this 3D imagery of Kaylee's head, and using photos from autopsy and their own personal photos, it creates a evidence that was just remarkable. It's almost presented a controversy. It didn't on television, but he created this so he could demonstrate exactly what his injuries were on the head.
So, these are science-minded people. They want to be as accurate as possible. So it's not just about just the imaging. They actually bought Mark Harrington's car in between trials. Lawrence kept telling me that he was looking for Harrington's car. And I really didn't believe him, that he would actually find it and buy it. Once again, I feel like there's a lot of firsts in the story. I never really experienced anything like this. How chilling is it to hear him talk about driving the car home? This is the car in which he believes that his daughter was killed in. Just the second.
It's torturous, but it's also she was showing us what happened. She was guiding us to this heart.
I know it took him a very long time to find it, and the details I'm not really sure about, but I can tell you that Warren spent hours, many hours, trying to get it down. Alright, so we're going to take a short break. When we come back, Haley's family finds hope in a second child. Welcome back. Before we get back to the case itself, Peter, you mentioned you observed something about yourself while watching the episode again. Can you talk about that?
So we're in Fort Worth. I'm doing an interview with Mr. Jack, a very prominent defense attorney and former prosecutor, who is helping us on this story. We set up a studio inside this large ballroom with this whole lot of this completely pitch black. Long story short, when the crew guys put a sandbag we'd been using to keep the door open, in the darkness, I'm walking back onto the set, and my toe hits this bag. I tumble over forward. I break my right large toe. I land on the barely covered floor, which is concrete, on my right knee. So I'm in excruciating pain. The knee is swelling up, and within about 2 minutes after I've done this, she comes back in and she's definitely looking at the entourage. So I'm like, oh, seats up. I still had another hour of interviewing to do. So if you look at the show, you'll see at some point that my hair's a little messed up, my face is sweating a bit, a little bit, and it's because I am in extreme, excruciating pain with a broken toe and a damaged right knee, and she never did, and never wanted to.
You're fine back. I won't laugh at you, but that is hilarious. And as soon as you said toe, everyone knows it's the smallest piece of real estate on the body, but it just can't take any pain at all. How are things looking right now? Full recovery?
Honestly, yeah, I'm doing just fine. I'm just still embarrassed.
So the big reason that we're doing this follow-up episode on the death of Haley Nagati is that the case went to a second trial in May 2023. But before it does, Mark Howerton is posting on social media. Here he is in a video that he posted online.
Wow. I just been 75%. Cool. That's not the first time I felt out of the show.
Well, I'm sure his defense attorneys must have been like, can you please get off of social media? When Peter asked them in the interview, they basically said that Howerton was coping with the pressure to be falsely accused. And basically said, quote, you're relieving some of that pain. Okay, I suppose that's one way to do it. So, Chris, can we talk about the second trial and just like, how did it feel different? So the first trial, they just had one charge, felony murder. This trial, they decided to have more charges, including aggravated assault and criminal negligent homicide. Felony murder running away to the dead. In Texas, the bar is very high to prove attempts to kill. And also, the defense did not call forensic pathologist William Anderson.
No, here's the star witness. He's not even called in the second. And why? Because this time the prosecutors knew everything he had to say from the first trial. They were ready to counter it. They had their own expert ready to counter it. And through discovery, John Hunter learns that they've got somebody who can basically checkmate their star witness. So they don't refund him.
Another person who does not appear in the second trial is the ex-lieutenant Jeff Bertram.
We bring Jeff Bertram back on the stand for humiliation round 2. He played no role whatsoever.
So can we also talk about that video that Haley's mom and stepdad commissioned? They used actors to demonstrate just how Mark could have assaulted Haley in the car. They faced quite a choice at trial. Here's attorney Krista Jack explaining. The judge said, I'm going to let it in, but if so, then the parents are now witnesses and they will no longer be allowed to sit in the trial. and the prosecution didn't talk to the parents, and they decided to withdraw the incident.
For the parents, with the scientists behind this, they didn't know part of the production of the video. They hired a private investigator, but the parents did tell us that they didn't realize that they introduced this, because they funded it, that they would not be able to sit in for the rest of the trial. And they told us that was the main reason why they ended up going along with not sharing it.
And just to reinforce what you said, they actually didn't even see the video until after you screened it for them.
That's right. They were screening it during the course of the hour, but that was part of the condition that they would have no influence, no bias whatsoever with this video.
You know, listen, Allison is very, everyone deals with their pain differently. She's not an emotional person. She saw that video for the first time. She did break down. And she said to us that she felt like she was watching how her daughter was killed. That's how visual, how strong the video was. It was a powerful moment. Okay, let's talk about the verdict. Mark Hamilton was found not guilty of murder, but he was convicted of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury, and he was sentenced to the maximum for that, 20 years in prison. I know the family really wanted murder, but Mark Hamilton really lost opportunities, and they do feel some sense of relief about that. But I do know that they are still angry, and during the allocution part of this trial, Lawrence basically gave some statements, and he directed a lot of his anger, at John Hunter, Hamilton's attorney. In fact, I want to play a little snippet.
My statement out of the sentencing was to hold Mr. Hunter accountable for his actions. Make him aware of what he's doing to the victims, and his own legacy and his relationships with people around him are going to change because of his lack of moral character.
And Hunter ended up standing up during this hearing when he walked out of the room. John Hunter told me he resented the insinuation or outright accusation that he had done anything unethical or dishonest in his presentation of the evidence.
He's grieving that. And in his mind, this is black and white. And the fact that it wasn't black and white in reality, the fact that there was a lot of complexity, the fact that there was reasonable doubt, that it could obviously influenced.
I'm sure John Hunter thought that he was doing what he was supposed to do. It's a great episode, as usual. Thank you so much, Peter and Chris, for joining us today. Thank Henry. So listen, be sure to join us next Tuesday, of course, for another post-mortem, and watch 48 Hours, Saturdays, 10, 9 Central on CBS, and streaming on Paramount Plus. And if you're liking the show, please rate and review 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts, and follow 48 Hours wherever you get your podcasts. You can also listen ad-free on the Amazon Music Library app or the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts. The delicious chicken tequila and trash podcast. I need it.
This is a lot. Thank you for having me. How does a Navy SEAL end up telling scary stories on YouTube?
I still don't even know. I kind of fell backwards into it. The short version is I was experimenting with social media content after I was out of the military, just because it was interesting to me. I saw there were all these brands and people growing up on social media, and I was kind of struggling to find my way as a civilian again. So I was like, well, I'll try social media. I tried a bunch of stuff that didn't work, very cringy, like attempts at comedy and all these different things. And then I remember I had these 2 documents in my computer of ideas for TikToks at the time. So I was doing this is like early 2020. And I had this one document that I exhausted all these different ideas for TikToks, ranging from sketch comedy to spooky things that didn't work. And I had this other document that just said Diatlov Pass. So me personally, John Allen, person, I like to watch some strange, dark, and mysterious content, spooky, non-fiction content. And the Diatlov Pass is the story about these hikers who go missing in the 1950s with this famous unsolved case. Basically, these 9 hikers vanish and they're found again. They're in different stages of decay, and their bodies are radioactive, and clothes are half on, half off. It's these totally unsettling pictures. And I was like, wow, I have all these different things, and this document has been exhausted. It didn't work. I guess I'll take a shot in the dark on this totally random, departure from any other type of content I've ever tried. And it was a total, I just don't care how it goes. I'm clearly not able to promote on social media. I'm just going to do one thing that I personally enjoy. I was at this water park in Pennsylvania, this little water park called Great Wolf Lodge in Pennsylvania with my wife and 2 kids. And I shoot this 60-second Diatlov Pass TikTok where it was rapidly made, I'm kind of in it, telling the story, 60 seconds long, and I posted it. Because I'm going to the Lingo water park, I didn't have my phone, so I just left it in the room, it was the water park. And when I came back a couple hours later, my phone was basically not working because it was getting so many notifications. There was 5 million views of this video after only a few hours. And for reference, I had never gone close to viral before in any way. It's like 10,000 views over a year was a really big deal. And now it's the internet is changing. And admittedly, I didn't think I was like, oh, here's the internet. That was really cool. And I like making those stories. And I just went on a tear making content. I had no idea where to go. Turned into this one. That's the main thing. We used to have a username that was John the 416 with no punctuation. And so if you glanced at it, it looks like John Paul. You wouldn't think, oh, that's John. And there was a time when I was doing my cringy attempts at social media content that was not working. But I was talking about being SEAL to some degree, being a SEAL. And the thing about special operations is the people that want to become special operators, it's very common for them to reach out to either active duty or retired special operators just to get the lay of the land. Tell me what it was like to do the train, what's training like. And so I had all these kids messaging me on Instagram on my John B. Allen 416 username. They were so respectful because they're talking to what they would do. I get these DMs that would say, "Dear Mr. Paul, I have a question." I stopped correcting them. I just went with it like, yeah, I'm Mr. Paul. And then actually, literally in 2020, right before I posted that Diatlov Pass story on TikTok, I had been using John B. Allen on TikTok and I got shadow banned. I think I would post something, and even though my content was failing, it was like 0 views, and it would be a problem here. So I made a new account, and I thought, what better than Mr. Paul?
Why do you think so many people have a morbid obsession with real-life gruesome stories?
I don't know. It's definitely pretty universal. At least from my end. I see comments constantly of people saying, I don't know why this is such a comfort for me to watch these gruesome stories. But that's just the way people are. I think that the way we thought about it is there's real enjoyment out of being scared. Just as a person. You don't want to be scared and also be in a dangerous situation. That's fear because you might get hurt or something. But fear, when you're in a controlled environment, like a really immersive story, where your brain actually begins to inhabit that story, you begin to feel real feelings that the story might. That's thrilling. You have the same type of physiological reaction that you would in life, but you have with safety.
Yes.
I come off, I believe, like a really comforting host, because I'm a former Navy SEAL, so I got to protect you. I'm also a father, and I don't try to. We were talking before the show about, my delivery. I don't go out of the way to make it really spooky. It's just like your buddy telling you a story. I talk like this. I have many stories that are dark, but it's not conversational. So I think it's like the relatability, security to a degree.
With fear.
Yeah, with fear. And I think that. So your question was more about the genre, I turned it into one that like
No, I think both of those things. I mean, you are 8 million subs, something crazy now. Big deal with Amazon, book coming out to merch line, anime coming in the studio, all of the things. I think and I think the fastest growing category of podcasts, maybe over the last few years, have all been through one form or another. Trying to not see it. Honestly, like it was the first big move that broke through. And you know, you even look at things like Project Manhunt, which is about the Unabomber. I loved that. It was really well researched. It was not like a documentary style thing, but it's immersive. People want to learn about. It's all of the good things about a fiction story with the additional high stakes of it. It's my belief that military stories are the dudes, what true crime is for chicks. But there seems to be a particular degree of love and obsession for this kind of sort of true crime genre. I went to another, I spoke to an evolutionary psychology friend about this. They think maybe at least part of it is women kind of learning what to look out for. It's almost like a protectionist strategy. Yeah, precisely. If I know what might happen, then maybe less likely it's going to happen, and then I'm a little bit affected. Well, I guess we're in the right place for it, which is a very spooky house. You got a story that suits the surroundings.
I do. I actually, there's a story that I think is one of the best ones I've ever told. So it's a pretty high stakes here, but for reference, I told this one live last year in Texas to a sold-out crowd at Paramount Theater. This story had a big reaction to it. The twist at the end is something that's house theme. So, 2004, there was this guy named Mitch who was going to a university in Louisiana. And he's a senior, and there's this girl in his class, Kayla, who's also a senior. He just loves this girl. He wants to date her more than anything. He's tried several times to move with her. She's not that interested. She's kind of hard to get. But you can tell there was something. Maybe she likes him. And eventually, she does. Acquiesce. Okay, let's go on a date. And they Mitch and Kayla hit it off. They're dating. And they end up graduating. After graduation, they married in 2006. Mitch and Kayla bought their actual white picket fence dream home in Louisiana. And the life was great. They loved their careers. They both become very intentional about spending time together. Weekends, and they're making their time together as a couple very important. And then by 2007, so they've lived in this new home for a year now. They welcome their first child, their daughter. And then 2 years after that, which puts us in 2009, they have their son. And then done at that point, the girl, they got away, and it's like life couldn't be better. Mitch loves his job, his wife loves her job. They had this thing where every morning the dad would sneak into the kid's bedroom and like spook them to wake them up, as a playful thing. They always had family game nights on the weekend, and Mitch and Kayla made it to still have those romantic dates anytime they could. They would have babysitters to spend time together. So this is like it's the American dream. You have this young family with
high school sweetheart, right?
Yeah, that's the
2.5 kids, dog.
That's it. So it's 2009, and Mitch is at this little dream home, and he's watching football. He's sitting on the couch watching football, and it's just the end of the day. And as he's watching the game, there's this lamp that's in the back right corner of the room. This nondescript, target lamp. That's a red lamp. And Mitch, he's seen this lamp a million times. It's in his house. He's watching football, but at some point, he notices something odd about this lamp. He looks over at it, and for some reason, the lamp itself, not the light bulb, the actual physical lamp with the base, is blue. The rest of the room is in focus. There's plenty of light in the room, but the lamp is blue. So Mitch, he's looking at the lamp, he's rubbing his eyes to see if there's something in his eyes, but still, the lamp is blue. He goes back to the TV. Not blue. Mitch has good eyesight. This isn't making sense. So Mitch finally, he's worried about this. Is there something wrong with me? He stands up and walks over to the lamp, and as soon as he gets up to it, it's still blurry. He touches it, still blurry. I don't know what this is about, but he does the typical dude reaction.
The nail in the dialogue.
It's like, I'm probably having a stroke, but whatever. So he turns around and he goes back to the couch and just does his best to ignore. He's still worried. He's glancing periodically, but he's mostly focused on the game. And then at some point, towards the end of the football game, it changes. It remains blurry, but out of the corner of his eye, he sees it moving around in the woods. And the lamp, having not been interacting, no one's touched the lamp at this point, but the lamp is now turned upside down, which is it's not possible. It's flipped upside down and it's moving. And so now Nick is looking at this lamp thinking, okay, huge problems here. There's something wrong. I might very well be having some sort of medical emergency. For some reason that Mitch just could not place, he couldn't bring himself to call the doctor. I mean, this is a situation where you call the doctor. There's something wrong. And he knew it, but he didn't do it. Instead, he just could not stop looking at this thing. He's not watching TV. He's just staring at this upside-down photo. And so that day, or that evening, his wife Kayla and his two kids, they come home. The second she comes in, Mitch breaks out of his fixation. He thinks, I should tell Kayla about this lamp. I'm having a medical emergency. I should tell her. Again, he doesn't. In fact, he quickly thinks to himself, I can't tell her. I'm going to pretend this didn't happen. And that's about the way he goes in and sees his wife and his kids, and it's a normal night. She's none the wiser that he spent the day staring at the lamp, blurry upside down. And Kayla came in, the lamp was not blurry upside down. She's not experiencing it. So that night, regular night, they put the kids to bed, and Kayla and Mitch, they go to bed too. And then after Kayla had fallen asleep, Mitch is wide awake. There's something telling him to go down and look at the lamp. And so Mitch gets up and he sneaks downstairs, and he goes to the and the light is not even on. It's even in the darkness, you can tell. It's still blurry, it's still upside down. He sits on the couch and he stares at the lamp. All night, Mitch sits on this couch and stares at this lamp. Absolute silence. And in the morning, Kayla gets up, she comes down. It's during the weeks, it's a work day. She comes down and she finds Mitch on the couch. And she's like, what? And he breaks out and he's like, I wasn't feeling well last night. I was lying to her. I wasn't feeling well, so I came down. In fact, he tells her, you know what, I feel so sick, I can't go to work today. Kayla's like, you've never taken a day off. You don't seem sick to me. What's happening? He's like, no, it's not wrong. It's okay. But she's thinking there's a red flag here. So she's noticed. So ultimately, Kayla and the kids, they leave for the day. And Mitch stays home. He just stares at this thing all day. He's staring at this thing. And by the evening, when Kayla comes home, this is like 8-10 hours later, and she walks in the house, all the lights are still off, except for the red lamp. And she sees her husband, who now is not breaking out his trance. He's sitting on the couch, and he is absolutely focused on this lamp. And when she walks in, she's like, what's going on with you? No reaction. Mitch is fully locked in this thing. He's really unresponsive. And so Kayla is like putting it together. Something's obviously wrong. So she grabs the phone and she calls the doctor. What do I do about this? She's at the same time yelling for Mitch on the couch. There's no reaction. She's shooing her kids away. Go upstairs and deal with this. So as this is happening, Mitch, you can kind of tell, his wife is going to the doctor. Eventually, he can't even hear her. She disappears completely. And he's left with just this lamp. And the lamp begins to change for a second. Now, in addition to being upside down blurry, the lamp begins to grow inside the room. And so as it's growing, it's taking up more and more of his field of vision until this lamp is so big, he now is basically consumed by the lamp. It's at this point he begins to feel this blinding pain in his head. He doesn't know where it's coming from, and then he's ringing in his ears, and all he hears is just single scream everywhere. It's total darkness, the lamp is gone, and then he opens his eyes to see what's going on. And he's surrounded by a sea of people, all looking at him. He's on the ground. It's broad daylight. He's out at his house anymore. And he's looking around at this crowd of, it looks like college kids. He's looking for his wife, his kids. He can't see them. He's up and he doesn't know what's going on. And as he's yelling for his wife and kids, Kayla is yelling for his wife and kids, a police officer comes charging through the circle and grabs Mitch. And without saying anything, he lifts him up, a grown man, and just runs with him to his police car. Keeps going on. I don't know what's going on here. His head's still, there's still a pain in his head. He has no idea where he is. Physically, he has no idea where he is. And he gets thrown in the back of this police car. Obviously, there's some emergency happening now. And the cop, without saying anything, hops in the driver's seat, and they start speeding down the road. And as they're driving, Mitch just starts saying, "Where's my wife and kids? What's going on?" And the police officer was like, "Sir, you just hit your head. I'm bringing you to the hospital." So ultimately, the police officer brings Mitch to the hospital, and they end up, he gets treated by the doctors and nurses. But he discovers what's actually happening. He was a senior in college, and he got tackled by a football player, and he hit his head on the ground. And he was unconscious for a fraction of a second, like 10 seconds or so. And in those 10 seconds, his brain constructed an entire life with a wife, with kids, with a wife to defend the house. None of it existed. He never had a wife. He never had his kids. They are not real. And so he realized what had happened when he was at the hospital. And he had to grieve the loss of people who never existed and wrecked his life. He did this huge Reddit post, this Ask Me Anything, where he tried to tell people what it's like to basically lost your entire family who can't exist. He said, to this day, he still has dreams with his little son running around the corner. He's actually 5 years old. That was his life. So he wrecked his life. It never existed. It's just a figment of his imagination.
Dude, crazy, right? Wow. Have you reached out to this guy, given that you've given this story so much attention?
Yeah.
What's he like?
No, this one time. He did it again. That's it. He wants to disappear. He goes to therapy for this, and he basically gave permission. That doesn't want to be part of it. He's trying to cope.
He'll be our age now.
So yeah, I mean, for him, how do you go about getting to something like that? Because to other people, it's like, well, they have to. But for him, it was like years. His brain is implanted with an entire history, an entire memory. That's real loss.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by Comment. If you've been struggling to fall asleep on the night time, their sleep packs are absolutely fantastic. It's got an evidence-backed blend of magnesium, L-threonate, catechogenin, and L-theanine that will help fall asleep more quickly, stay asleep throughout the night, and wake up feeling more rested and revitalized in the morning. I use them every single night, and they're super convenient. Take on the road. Also, they are NSF certified, which means even Olympic athletes can use them. Dr. Andrew Huberman is scientific advisor. I wondered what supplements Andrew Huberman takes, or what he would create if he could. This. Also, there is a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can buy them, try them, see if it impacts your sleep. For 30 days, if you do not like it, they will give you your money back. Plus, the shipping international. Right now, get a 20% discount off everything site-wide by going to the link in the show notes below, or heading to livemomentous.com/modernwisdom using the code modernwisdom at checkout. That's livemomentous.com/modernwisdom, modern wisdom. For 20% off. Do you know who Paul Evans is? So, Paul Evans is one of the directors of a big legendary podcast about 4 years ago. He wrote a book called When I Woke Up. So, Paul was a party boy, professional party boy, after my own heart, and he was involved in the Arab Spring fights. I think he was in Egypt while there were all the revolts that were going on. He was partying and he was kind of sort of fast and loose with his wrists and stuff. And he ended up in Dubai with Tycoon. And it was so bad that he was drinking and partying and stuff like that. I think Tycoon was so good that he was going to induce home. Why was he induced home? He lived his entire life in Singapore. He could tell you the kind of toothpaste that he used every morning, the colours of ties that he needed to wear. He could tell you the route that he drove to work. While he was at work, he was part of a team that was building out a virtual reality game. So he would enter a virtual reality game in this thing, and he could tell you every single detail in his work, all of the details about how his life unfolded in Singapore, the car that he drove, where he went for dinner on an evening time, and this is why we did this in home. He goes out to see him in the real world, and they're looking at him in the hospital. Now, in his life in Singapore, his father died, so he buries his father in his dream world. And in the real world, his father is looking at his son, late in his hospital bed. And there was one day where his dad was looking at him, and he could see that his son was crying. His son was weeping whilst in a coma. They think that that was his actual father watching real Paul cry because the dream version of him was burying his father in the dream world. It's ridiculous. And then he continues to work, he's got his life, he goes through... There's some complications with the virtual reality world that he's getting into, and they're really trying to push the limits of what they can do with this technology. One day he gets trapped inside the simulation. So this is like Inception, like it's 2 levels deep now. Yeah, so he's two levels deep, and he's trapped inside all the people outside of in the dream, outside of the virtual reality world, and came out, and he says it was like being inside of a membrane. He could feel his hand. He was sort of running his hand across his membrane, trying to find a way to get out. And he said that this went on for days. He was locked inside of this thing for days. And eventually he managed to find a tiny little sink of grease. So the whole his hands through, and when he did that, he woke up in his home, in the real world. But the weird thing, and I spoke to him about this, I was like, you do know that you're going to have to bury your dad twice. You lost, so this is the opposite story of what you just told. This is the guy who lost the person who they really loved in a dream, and then came back to find him still alive. But you're now going to have to go through this again at some point. His father's older than him, and he's going to have to go through that. And that, this near-death experience, is it a way that the brain, I asked him a lot about the science behind it, which I guess it's kind of like a near-death, it's like an NDE thing, right? Seems like at least for the induced trauma, and maybe for head trauma as well, it's the brain trying to help and protect what's happening. But yeah, that story of humanity, it does not surprise me. It seems completely unreal, and yet I've got like first-hand evidence of the guy that went through this thing. I really want to dig into your style of storytelling. So, how would you describe it? Like, where did it come from? How did it originate? What did you do to develop this particular, and how would you categorize it?
So I think that there's necessary context. I grew up around professional writers and storytellers. My father is a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist. He worked across the globe. He ran the Spotlight team, which there was a movie made called Spotlight with Michael Keaton. That's like the type of investigative journalism he was doing. So, my dad is this very high-speed journalist. My mother is also a professional writer, radio host when she was younger, incredible writer. My older sister is a 2-time Pulitzer winner, also a journalist in Boston. And my younger sister is a scientist. She's about to defend her dissertation, get a PhD, be a thesis. So I say all that because I was not a big time academic. I was like, barely scraping by. Honestly, did horrible as a student. But growing up, I was surrounded by people that were incredibly good writers, storytellers, and almost, unintentionally, I learned how to speak. I learned how to tell stories.
It's mostly, yeah, there's some genetic raw material as well.
It's almost like, basically. And so I think that is a big part of why I think I'm able to tell a story well. It's just being around really good storytellers. But I think in terms of my specific style, which I would categorize as, not deception, but telling a story where I'm holding on to details, not to make the story accurate, but rather using perspectives, inhabiting certain perspectives in the story that allow you to effectively tell an angle of the story where you are knowingly omitting a portion of the story that's going to come in later that will actually answer questions the audience is going to have. It's like I'm setting you up for an incomplete story that I absolutely fill in every single gap, but in a way that's not like, then I'm going to explain it to you, it happens. But we left all these holes, it gets filled in at the end for a big, powerful reveal.
Use the story that you just went through. Sure. Explain to me how you constructed that. Tell me what's going on.
So it's really important to understand if you're going to tell a really good story that has less to do with the story, much more to do with the delivery of the story. Now, that's not entirely true because there are some stories that are so outrageous they carry the day, but most of the time, if you're going to tell a story, it's your delivery that's going to have the biggest impact on the audience. So for this, I'm actually telling that story with only you. I'm not thinking about anybody else here. I'm really just gauging your reaction to the story. So as a storyteller, I'm constantly trying to size up how my audience is reacting to what I'm saying. But in terms of that specific story, I know that I'm building to a place where I'm going to tell you everything that happened in the story didn't. That's going to be the reveal. But the best way to set that up is to not flag that there's anything unusual about the beginning of the story because it wrecks the reveal. If there's any language whatsoever, the first 90% of that story that tips the audience that this might not really be happening, it wrecks the story.
What would be an example of that? He was in school and fell on the floor.
No, it's devices that a lot of storytellers use that I think hurts their stories. For example, I could say, going back to the land story, this first knows the land, right? And so he sees a blurry land. So Mitch sees the land, it's blurry, he can't make sense of it. But what he didn't know is this land is going to ruin his life. Now, that's an overt example, but there are little things that people think are good transitions between the story and the audience to Ready's the big's going to happen. But if you telegraph too much early in the story, get ready, something big's coming, the audience will just start guessing what it's going to be. A lot of times it's fairly obvious that there's some element to the story that is going to be revealed to be different. So I would also say there's just nuance to it. When I'm, for example, I added something to that story, and it's part of the story, but I usually don't add it in, which is when Caleb came back in the house, when Mitch is now unresponsive, he's staring at the lamp, and he's not even reacting to her, whereas the day before he was. I made a point of saying that Caleb watched her kids actually. It's a small detail, but it gives it a level of reality. That if you're the pet, you come in and it's unresponsive, that little detail reminds you that this is a real human having a real interaction. If I don't include it, it likely has no impact. It doesn't matter whether Taylor did or did not shoot the kids away because of the spices, it doesn't really matter. But adding that in, delivering it not as I said it as if it absolutely happened. Like it's factual. She shooed the kids away and she dealt with her husband. That's telling you, here it is, this is happening. Like engage with the story, this is really happening. But I'm doing it, I want it to feel as real as possible in the beginning so that the reveal actually has an impact. And that's why I added little kind of almost they came the game, right? They really did. But that's an important detail to the story because I'm going to tell you it's all fake. So it's like layering things that create authenticity at the beginning of that story is really important. Because the way that story often gets told is people will start with, here's a story about a guy who hit his head, he imagined his whole life and it was taken away from him. Yeah, he was in his house and he saw this land and blurry, but it turns out that was the beginning of this psychotic break he was having. But it's like the audience, that's the thing, is when I'm telling a story, it's all about stick around because you're going to learn something that you're not expecting. There's going to be a plot twist, there's going to be a reveal. Instead of telling you that, the way I tell a story always includes a payoff. Always. I guarantee you, into every single story I've ever put in ever, there's a payoff at the end that is absolutely intentional. And so your audience begins to believe, begins to know that's what they get. Yeah, there's all the details, I'm not really sure where this is going, but if I stick around, something big is happening. I did that without even telling you. It's just the way I tell the story.
So, are you adding stakes in the beginning as well? It seems like that, as you're saying, they're in love, and they do the family thing, and it's the white picket fence, it's the American dream, and they make sure that they look after each other with date nights, the things that they do. That's adding a degree of stakes. I guess you're invested. Like you like these people. Yeah. Like you want to know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. I mean, the deal is for this particular story, I needed the first part of the story to just feel like it happened, which seems like a pretty easy charge. But when Mitch describes what happens, he does not spend a lot of time talking about whether or not, Kayla shoot the kids away when she's locked in the house or whether they're being like, those are little details that definitely happen. For him, the story is the trauma itself, the fact that this didn't really happen. That's what he wants to talk about. The questions that he's answering are going to be about the trauma side. And so what I do is I recognize that in this case, I'm going to tell it, I have to find all those small details to reassure the audience that, oh, this is real, this definitely happened. But I don't need to tell you that. I'm adding those little bits of just normal human life, thoughts that remind you without you even realizing, oh, this happened. That's not part of the story. Of course this happened. I'm going to see what happens next. You even realize that, like, I know this, but I have to make it obvious.
Playing with the chronological order of events as well, I imagine, is something that you have to do. And also this purposeful omission of certain details.
Yeah, actually, a good example of that purposeful omission would be take a crime, let's say. There's a pretty good chance that the person who commits the crime is going to do something to get people to not think it's them. They're going to lie. They're going to misrepresent what happened. If, you know, people ask questions, they're not going to be like, oh, I did it. Some people do. A lot of people don't. They're going to try to protect themselves with lies. We'll tell a story where we will take the perspective of, let's say, the killer. But I haven't told you it's the killer. I'm just introducing this person into the story and using their perspective. And their perspective includes absolute lies, but they're selling it as truth. And you don't know the killer, you need to know they're lying. I can very honestly tell you something that this person said that is a lie, but I can tell it to you as truth because I'm inhabiting that person's perspective. So yes, it's a lie, but in the beginning of the story, if I'm saying so-and-so said this thing, here's how they said it to this person, and here's the outcome of that what they said. It's not a lie, it winds up being a lie, but if I'm telling it from their perspective, it allows me to mislead you, but using real things that happen. That's a very powerful tool for the podcast, that we're just mostly true crime, where we're looking to find perspectives that allow us to basically lie, but using someone's real lie that was part of the story.
Yeah. What do you see when you look at other people telling stories? This can be part of presentation, this can be true crime, it can be whatever you want. What are the biggest mistakes? What do people get wrong when it comes to telling a good story?
Honestly, it's pretty straightforward. It is giving away too much. If you think about it, in the true crime world, let's say, or in this kind of strange, dark, mysterious world, there's loads of mysterious stories where, there's some element of mystery surrounding it. But in true crime, what was the question? I just spaced.
How do other people get
That's it. So, even if a story is not inherently a mystery, like any random story you tell your friend, people are listening to a story and invested in the story if there's some kind of mystery solved. They want something to come out of the story. They want something. They want a mystery to be solved. And if you open a story with a conclusion, even if it's just some nonsense story, like the person who's listening might not be that invested in it. So I think that opening with your conclusion, the journalist can that's what you actually do. You do the newspaper. Headline, here's what happened, and now let's break it down. But from an engaging storytelling perspective, doing the opposite is absolutely the way, where you don't give away the ending until the
Yeah. I read, this is the people who maybe end up reading The Silent Patient by Andrew Michaelides, Jeff Poland by about 1 minute. I read this book. It's kind of good. Remember, a psychological thriller. It is a woman who is with her partner, and a psychotherapist that's working with her. She's completely silent. She won't speak. She's not unresponsive. And he is trying to work out what happened to her. And it's the whole story is just this tension. His life's kind of falling apart, a lot of unnecessary detail, all of this stuff. It's a full book. And it's the chapter 4, it turns out the woman that she was so scared of all along, that she's writing about in the diary, turns out to be the therapist that's been working with her afterwards, and he's got this strange obsession with her. And his wife was cheating on him with her husband, so her life's all been intertwined over and over again. He's kind of in this weird fugue state, but the reveal is through a diary. And you've got dude, that's so good. There's this one line where you realize he's got this balaclava, and he's walking in behind her, and you go, this is the guy that she's been writing about. Yes, it's so satisfying, that payoff. And it's great to talk all around. Anyone that's watched the Mr. Beast video, Mr. Beast does these videos where actually I'm going to stay in the $1 hotel room at the $300,000 hotel, whatever it may be. The reason that you do that is that the bigger element, one of the things that, first off, from a dopaminergic perspective, you try it out. That's why we will release at least 2 clips from this episode. But before the actual episode is available, guess what? Like, it's top 2. It's on. Super. And this piece does the same thing. So I want to see, like, the $1 thing's kind of fun. We want to see the $1,000. That's what we really want to do. But you can track that out, and I guess you could probably lay a good amount of success and the growth of your channel to the fact that built into what you do. No one can skip ahead in your content. To be like, I just want to find out what happens at the end. The whole point of finding out what happens at the end is to get the payoff of what happened before the end.
Yeah, it won't be satisfying.
Built in to the content. So I guess that's such an interesting like, neurological, psychological, algorithmic Venn diagram right in the middle of all of those things. So watch time nice and high, engagement nice and high. What happens when you tell that lamp story to a room of 1,500 people?
When I told that one live, I think that I did such a good job. Like, I kind of really paused before I said what happened. And I remember looking out, and it was probably the first time in the show where I really took stock of the people. Because before, it was my first ever live show, I blacked out, so listening. But I looked out, and not a soul was involved. It was just like waiting for this big reveal. They just sat here, they waited for the payoff, and then I said, it didn't happen. It was all scripture. It was like, it was.
That's something. See, watching a comedy special on your own in your house. If it's really funny, or if everyone's a laugh, but if you're on your own, usually I find it kind of hard. It needs to be insane. It's just something like that. And if it's you and a couple of your boys, if one of them starts, then you'll maybe have a little day with yourself. And then if it's a live comedy show, it's more. If it's a big theatre, it's probably more than that. But and you also get, I guess, that live music gigs, like the DJ drops in the same song, the crowd gives them, like, you know, their hands in the air, the ladies on, all that stuff. One of the things that I don't think I've ever seen live is like psychological satisfaction. You know what I mean? Like that, like you really have it live. Maybe in the cinema, you know, when I'm reading The Silent Patient, it's like I've just 1,400 other people all reading it at the beginning, all arriving at the same line with the same reveal at the end, along with me. It's really odd. Do you know what collective effervescence is? No. So collective effervescence is how a group of people come together in the same sort of energy. It's why the music causes everyone to have their hands in the air at the same time. It's this sort of sense that the group is part of the individual, collective effervescence. And it kind of amplifies many of the emotions. We realize why we laugh all when we're groups. Why, you know, we put our hands in the air more than five. It's precisely why. But yeah, the gas, like a room full of people just massive things like the pressure gets lower because they're just. Yeah. That must be satisfying.
There's actually, if you don't mind, I'll tell another person. Let's do it. I got another one. This one. So somebody bootleg, like, filmed a portion of this live show that last year. We're just fine. Because so there's a portion they filmed where I got to see on this video the actual reaction to this one particular reveal, and it was like so much. It was way more than this one because it's so weird. Anyway, I haven't practiced this one, but I know it's weird, so I can get it. So it was 2011, and there's this woman, Kelly Lowell. She's 42 years old. She decided, it was December 11th, 2011, she decided that was enough, it's time to do that. So, Kelly's background was, she went to a school, I think it was, she did her PhD at 18, she got into consulting, whatever the job was, but it was super successful, crazy salary, but she came down with this mysterious illness sometime in her recent it's like the early 30s, so she's 42. She's late 20s, she comes down with this illness. She's married, she's got kids, she lives in Southern California. And it wasn't like the doctors didn't even make the illness once. She was just like fatigued and she didn't feel that good, that there was nothing specific. And so every time she would go to the doctor, the doctors would run a test and basically say, oh, you want this vitamin, or you want sunlight, or you this, you that. But there wasn't anything specific. It was just under this age. She just always felt bad. For years, she just always felt terrible. And so it affected her career. She just affected her career. And actually, she got this like horrible divorce from her husband. And frankly, it sounded like he was kind of a jerk because he immediately was like, oh, out of here, out of your sick. They split up and said she's raising her kids on her own, she's got this homeless. It's a bit worse. You know, not even so balanced, but it's definitely not good. She's being warm ill, she's swimming with his head. So finally, December 11th, 2011, at this point, the kids have moved out of the house, they're successful, they're amazed, they're partners, they have jobs, and she's still single. She's just at the end of her ability to cope with whatever this was. She decided, you know what? I'm done. We're done. So she actually hired a care person. I think the title, I forget specifically what this job is, but the care person is basically with you for what it's worth, it's important to note that by this point, in 2011, doctors have told her that her organs actually started to shut down. Frankly, if you were mentally on that level, there's a pretty good chance your body would shut down. It's what to do with this. So she thought, I'll go to an Airbnb, keep the part of out, and literally just stay in the house until I'm done. I'm not going to get water. Sleep. It just doesn't exist. She would tell her family. This was like, and she was miserable. She just wanted to live. So she didn't tell her family. She would have to go to something. And so she goes to this little Airbnb in Southern California. She arrives at the house. She doesn't know. She's met up with her from the care person. They go in this house. And they just, she can't even walk. The care person's helping her walk. She gets in bed. And she's like, okay, I'm dying. For 3 days, she laid in that bed. She didn't die. She felt horrible. She felt like things were getting worse, but she decided, you know what, I'm just going to walk. And then it's pretty bizarre. You know, usually she's yeah, exactly. And so she asks her end-of-life care person to come with her on a walk. Because she actually had not even seen the town she was in. She basically just went to her bed. And so they leave this house, it's a beautiful summer day. She's holding on to her end-of-care with her care person. He's a really good guy. Walking inside, inside is this beautiful field of flowers. There's this little wood here, close to fence. Down the field, beautiful, sunny. For a second, always. She stops and stares out at this field. She's taken with just how beautiful it is. Now, this did not inspire her to want to live, because she still wants to live. But she's hugely struck by this woman. For the first time in a while, she sees something really beautiful in this woman. And as she's staring at this field, she begins to feel puzzles. She looks above her and she sees those bee over there, which is not cause for concern. These are so good. This bee is not normal. This bee is it's just huge. And when she dawned on her, this is like, I should probably get away from this thing. It became silly. She started actually holding it. At the same time, she's like screaming. And like her voice, and starts to run at the left inside the door. She can't even walk. And this was not just one bee, it was a whole swarm of African bees that was over this field. That's the signal to come over, and a whole swarm came over to Ellie. They stung over hundreds of times. So basically, when they stopped stinging close to her face for about 5-10 minutes, they flew off, and she's just laying and she's alive. Super cheap. By this point, her care person was completely abandoned. As he's warning her, all she thinks to say is, don't take me to the hospital. At this point, she's like, this will kill me. You know, these things will kill me. And so he runs her all the way back to the house. So it's fun. I'm not going to go to the hospital because of all of this stuff. Well, it's partially good. And so every time you back in there, now she's thinking, and now it's the next one on the piece of removal to the body, and she doesn't die. She actually begins to get better. For the first time in 15 years, I'll be mobile, sit up. She can sit up 15 years earlier, but of late she couldn't even sit up. Now she can sit up, and she can get on her feet. She can walk around it. She's a smart woman. Now, Ellie she was incredibly smart woman, very pragmatic. She did not think, oh, there it is right now. It was like there's something wrong. Research and see what happened. Necessary context. Like, here's a quick break to understand what happens. So, right before Ellie got sick, it was 15 years earlier when she continued to feel this feeling she was getting. She's on a hike, and in her house, when she come back, she had noticed she had this little mark inside of her thigh. She could look the hard light, didn't think much of it, but she knew she got different something, but hadn't really registered anything to do with it else. But it turned out she got the typically deer tick that Lyme disease. And when they bite you, they leave a very distinctive mark on wherever they hit you. It looks like a bullseye. And it stood out to her at the time that she had this pretty bullseye on her leg, but she just didn't put it together. It turned out she had Lyme disease. That was the thing that was affecting her for those 15 years. And Lyme disease, if you treat it late, but pretty good. If you wait, you let it develop. It's rare. It is not something that can necessarily be cured. And there are cases that can absolutely be cured. She's 15 years old. She's deeply immersed in Lyme disease. And so she actually came to know that around the time she got to the house in California. She was aware that she had Lyme disease, had some illness and gaps before that. So she knows she has Lyme disease. She knows there's nothing she can do about it. And now it's done by disease. She hops online, she does some research about these things. She discovered a severe study done in the 1890s in Australia about the effects of the toxin in African wood bees and other types of bees and its effects on Lyme disease patients. They guessed, they made this hypothesis that a certain amount of these things from African wood bees really cure Lyme disease. It was an unethical study because they were all swarming full of bees on a critically ill Lyme disease patient. And the whole conversation conducted the experiment himself. With her disease. 100% healthy now. She knows the world talking about the positive effects of food stuff. I specialize in blood sugar difficulty, including my clients with anxiety, depression, psychosis, practice is stimulating well, I can cover a lot of foods and touch on them. Dude, crazy, right? Wow. That's it. I mean, first off, whoever that end of life had was you didn't do it, or too committed to it. Here's an interesting question. Was it ethically or unethically, given that by leaving her, he ended up being allowed to say? I mean, if she had been killed away after one stint, it would not have worked. So I'm sure she's like, it's a mixed bag. I'm not going to invite and save someone from the burning building. We watched the video. I had this pause, but no one about to say that she was cured completely, and it was like the audience was so stoked. It was like the coolest one. It was captured on film, so it was very cool. Any other episode, we're going to be talking about an awful lot over the last few months since I started today. Every single morning, you might not be tired, you might not be hot happy, you might just be dehydrated. Helen, the science-backed electrolyte ratio, sodium to caffeine, magnesium that helps to control cravings, regulate your appetite, and improve your brain function. Stop having caffeine first thing in the morning. Your identity is extremely inactive for 90 minutes a day. If your adrenal system is salt, and your flexible is stop. The beautiful, sweet, salty drink in the orange version is my favorite. Also, there is a no BS, no plastic wrap refund policy. Take a bite 100% risk-free. If for any reason, they will give you a back. You don't even need to return the box. That's how confident you are. Get a free sample pack of all 8 flavors in your first box by going to the link in the show notes below or heading to drinkLNT.com/modernlisting. drinkLNT.com. Most of your story, presumably everywhere. But what are the places that you're going to, especially given that these stories are accessible to everybody? Yeah. How are you finding stories that other people aren't? Well, actually, that's an interesting question because we cover a lot of stories that other people do. And They're just a way we bring it down. It separates us. And you'll notice, or I notice, if you read the comments, many times when a cover story gets, let's say, a chocolate story wants to be covered, we'll see comments that go, "What? Dude, I didn't even notice that story was told here." Yes, I've heard this before. Yeah, yes. So I think that honestly, a big part of that is because, and I'll answer your question in a second, but a big part of it is when you look at, even though it's not the only thing we talk about, but let's just use the kind of example. If you're consuming any content, some kind of video, YouTube channel, TV show, whatever, the emphasis is on the perpetrator. It's also for shock value story. This is a broad sweeping generalization, but it's the least way, in my opinion, of doing content around these tragic events. It's just focused on the pain she was in, yes. Face was disfigured, these African Philippines unbelievably. Exactly. The way we do it is we don't even need to highlight just how bad it is to be focused. That's cool. Instead, we will highlight how relatable the victim is, but not in a way that just in a way that not how it is to talk about this person with the brutal, with the authentic, this feels like a three-dimensional person. So that when the terrible thing happens to that person, the audience is like connected to that person. That happens to them. That's a more profound feeling than you telling me about the fear of blood. That's not enough to elicit some sort of emotional reaction. All it is at best is news. If you want an audience to genuinely connect with the story, you need to make your characters feel emotional. And in true crime, usually three-dimensional characters are jokes. You make the three-dimensional characters to dominate, to be victims, and this impact and supporting cast, and you don't really notice it as the audience, because it's this person in the story that just has versus this is a dark story, it's a bloody horrible. And so I would say we do these stories that are very well taught, it's going to change the how we tell. It was just individual stories. And I would say that the difficult part of doing this is you need permission to tell a lot of people's stories, unless it's a public source information, which is that how are you going to tell your personal experience with that turning in somebody attacked you? Let's say you go to Fortnite, right? And I want to tell your story. If I tell your story that I've attributed to you, like that's your story, absolutely copyright. So it's just like it has to do with viewing that it's someone's own story that they it's not being recorded on the news. Those types of stories, like I did one inside my previous image, and he was in the towers in the house, and so I told his story of being in the house. It's an intense story, obviously, but I mean, I absolutely think it would permission. We would have 100% told him to take that down. It's a very sensitive topic. I would reach out to him, I explained how I was going to do it. There are other stories we cover, like we covered some serial killings. There's loads of news articles for Fortnite, so you're not seeing permission. You're just operating within the facts that you come up with. And what we would do, I think, is speak to serial killers to get license to that story, because I imagine that any of the one discovery across the prison have to be something that will come a little bit. We just had a legal team at some time, an outreach team, licensing, something like. Well, actually, I would say that candidly, we try to find stories that don't require permission just from efficiency perspective. That's it. But we do it proactively. Honestly, when I find a story that I really like that feels that somebody's personal story that I can't just use, even if I don't know how to use it, I'll personally reach out to them and just say, hey, look about it, I'll talk to you and see if you're interested in sharing the story. A lot of people say no. Yeah, and it's not just people just don't know how to do this.
Is there ever been one, or is there something sticking in your mind? I really wish we had that.
Yeah, there have been. There was one, and I can tell it in generalities. There was this story about this kid who, there's some old stories. A lot of them are not true, so there's a little bit of religions to make really good. But there are a few that are just like terrible first-person experiences that people share. They don't even really get traction. If they're searching for key words, you'll notice they talk about these things. But I found the story that really didn't have all the comments. I read it. This is this kid, when he was a teenager, snuck into an abandoned hospital. And he wound up basically maneuvering his way, like through all these locked. He found ways to get down. It's not always and he finally goes to the bottom floor and thinks that underneath the ground is like this water source, like there's a pond there's like an underwater or an underground ocean water, visible lake, huge lake, and there's animals. And it goes into a basement. He hears like the splash of water. It's all of the basement of this abandoned hospital with 4 levels. Probably what it was like the lowest level flooded or something. Reached the hole in the floor, and so it just looked like he had this underground sea of water. But when you have this really intense moment that he knows there's something in the water, there's like this big crack in the ground into the ground. And so I could tell, imagine how the whole story like got you down there. And when you start basement, and look at this kid is, you get it. And have to walk all the way up through it, stick his head out over the water to wait. Ends up being it's great. It's all of this in this water. It charges out the very ice. Absolutely. It's like, that's the most incredible story ever. So I guess like I said, it totally fails. I mean, it totally fails to be in this environment like that. The people that are just listening, by the way, they're friendly. Is it like swamp? Is it music next to us? It's raining. It's a miserable job to live in. But yeah, it's looking at the population of 5%. But you look a little bit this way to spec fiction. I'll hold the gloves up. They're different from real life stories. Yes. However, I am very into the fact that the big lure to these stories is the fiction. But there have been some stories where, particularly was the earliest days of the channel, where I told this one. It's a famous fake story. It's a great story. I'm not going to tell it. It's called the Russian Sleep Experiment. It's on publicity. Yeah. They slid it out, they pumped the gas in, and they said, please give me the gas. Yeah, you have these guys who, it's a human experiment that goes all good. And they're told that it's going to be real. And then at the end, I this whole system. Just so you know, this whole story is fake. But some people watch it now that they found the channel, and they're going through that a lot of people watch old stories, and the story ends with there's definitely this defining moment the story ends and they don't get this was on fake. Instead of like going to the comments going, I know this. You want lying, stuff this in. So I think that if you do fiction, that it needs to be upfront. This is fiction. Maybe it's I think that's right. And when you move into this whole strategic thing last year to go, what are some of those series we could try? And fiction is definitely something we haven't tapped into. At least at some point, I think we will. It would be very intentional. Because if we didn't make it intentional, it would call into question every story. So, wait, this is fiction? I guess I did fiction? It would be fun. I do the best things. And I suppose that's the side of the nation thing. When it's finished, the reason we have stakes in the Mongoose story is it's for allowance. Reading, becoming inspired with these characters and learning the machinations as a book. So, yeah. From the outside, now you look like a peaceful, well put together, disciplined, family guy, storyteller, and the rest of it. Who were you before you got to see? I was a troublemaker. There's a lot of things that I was doing. And the opposite of that. I grew up in a town called Windsor, Massachusetts. It's just south of Boston. It's south. It's this blue collar, usually very, very Irish Catholic. A lot of the fathers, that's kind of the steel workers, like the policemen, and the elevators, and like top class. And there's this culture, which still exists today, of young men. There's this street fighting. Ultimately, street fighting is a really big thing in this, where the way you kind of become a friend in this circle of people I was around was really fighting. Yeah, exactly. And it was so pervasive in my childhood that it felt like all the time. This is not just serious. This is something up the box of situations. That was what I loved it. I was around people getting in fights all the time. I definitely identified as the tough guy when I wanted to be able to respond. I was friends with Derek, they didn't do like tough guys. I got skills. But that combined with the fact that I looked at my father and sister, and I looked at my family, all these video games of academics, if you will, like a number of bullets and prizes that they they're just like so accomplished academically, and that was definitely the thing that was not the strongest at all, but that was what success was. Getting a good job, doing a good school, all that, that's success. I didn't like that. I always had this little irony in the story. I always had a big issue with authority, which is why I joined the military. But I had a big issue with authority, and the way I could have rebelled against Hitler was by being a bad student. There was a poor way to rebel. You're just going to shoot yourself. I was a bad student, I didn't want purpose. I was getting in lots of fights and stuff. It was a jerk. I raged drinking and getting a ruffian out the road. And so I was just kind of and it wasn't until I got to college and went to the University of Massachusetts out in Western Mass at Amherst. And I never got in. It was my mom. It was this amazing fighter. I wrote to called Jesse. And I raised her so recently. At high school, UMass contacted me after I submitted an application, to be like, you're not somebody you would normally accept. I'm in Massachusetts. I'm an in-state student. I should be allowed into the school. It's so low. You can't get in. Get your essay. It's so good. So I effectively flunked out and got lots of trouble in one semester. Didn't go fast. So after a semester, after totally getting in my mom's basement. It's like mom's living there. It's just in the basement. 19 years old. And it's funny now. The fact it's really so your mom's basement. With no direction. Back home, I actually was really resentful. I stayed for another semester. I didn't technically bail out. Another semester, it's just immaturity. It's like this idiot who just kept getting in trouble all through high school. I had this great opportunity to go to college. I'm getting an essay, I blow it out the water. At home, again, the first reaction was, how dare my parents not allow me to stay? No. And it's just insufferable. It's insufferable to me. But, just the inside I don't know. I mean, I think the case that my parents got split up when I was 13, and I'm sure that hadn't on me, but I'd already set in motion streets of fights. So it isn't like I was a great kid and then that happened to change. I've always been highly impulsive, obsessed with the thing I'm doing. It even was bad, but like when I start to like something, whether it's good or bad for me, I saw it 56 million times around. That's the first I am. So I just got in these tracks and just like chasing dopamine in the wrong places. But when I was in the basement, but like suddenly flipped when I was the answer. I'm the guy that's really screwed up all this stuff. It's effectively needed to be politics. I think it's not even paying for it. So it's straight from money. Like, just really suddenly hit me that I was really screwing up my life, and I just decided, you know what, I'm going to go to college and pay for it and get a job. I'm going to be in accounting. If nothing else, to just stop being such an embarrassment for my parents who were trying to explain why I was so so I got a job at the student information line for 10 speed to 4 in the morning to scan people's badges in, and I would take the red line to the subway in Boston. And I went to UMass Boston, so satellite campus where you can basically kids go to classes all day, and I come home and I work out and stuff. It was just a very stoic life. It was work and school. It was unbelievably rewarding. It really opened my eyes to what it felt like to be an adult. Finding into these things and then actually doing things you say, that was me. I was supposed to just like doing an idiot. I just became kind of addicted to being competent as a human. And so I did 3 semesters at that school, the whole time, just finding my PhDs, doing my jobs, and badges and getting good grades. I knew that like I grew old, it was just at the time, just getting like to middle school, like whatever, and I needed something bigger. Yes, yeah, exactly. And because I got seen how good it was to do this, I just wanted to have something else beyond school. And I began thinking about what's like the college level. I told my family I was thinking about law school. Really, that was only because I took a liking to philosophy and to English just in classes. And those oftentimes are majors that those pursuing law school will major because philosophy teaches you how to think and English teaches you how to write, two things that are very important to be aware of. And so I figured if I like those things, I'd be able to learn them. But I didn't want to do it. It just was this thing I told my parents I wanted to do. But I always had this desire to be in the military to some degree, mostly because I was, I graduated high school in 2006. A lot of my classmates, 18 years old, enlisted in the Marine Corps and went to Iraq. And so my personal closest friends are all serving. I decided to. I brought it up to my mom after through college, and she was like, "Oh, you should talk to David who are family friends." And actually, so my mom's best friend. It's her two brothers. So I knew her best friend, Susan, and she's talking to me. I knew her brothers. I didn't know how this knew they existed. It turns out they were Navy SEALs, so we were SEAL teams. Those were the only military people I knew. And she was like, if you're thinking about the military, talk to them. I did. It's like, Navy SEALs, people were cool. The thing that stuck with me is it's in the topics. To be a Navy SEAL, it's just to look and stick around for the end. If you can do that, you completely rethink yourself. What you were before you were a SEAL is replaced with a giant with a SEAL, not a giant with a spirit.
A life direction rehabilitation.
Absolutely shake the action. And so it was like, I can accomplish the things at once. A huge goal, but train like that for this thing. Get disciplined to get ready for training. I served in the military, so I wanted to do it. And frankly, just continue this evolution, being a responsible adult. On not the guy who screwed up, which I'm going to see this.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by Shopify. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell every stage of your business. Shopify powers 10% of all e-commerce in the United States, including hydroponic. Huge brands like GameStop, no 23 sports like that. 14 years later, I a huge trend, no time. We're selling expensive silver offers outdoor outfits. Shopify helps you sell everywhere, at every stage of your business. Shopify helps you bring thousands of buyers to use pets to check out, which is 6% better on average for their users. Basically, make more money, have fewer headaches, and launch your business more quickly by using Shopify. Look at the award-winning every sector. Right now, it's like $1 time period by getting all from insurance below or into Shopify.com/modernwisdom. All lowercase. That's Shopify.com/modernwisdom. Grow your business no matter what stage you're at. It seems like the hard right term, or no, the hard right term is really that realizing that as a what would you say to people that are listening who feel like they are young at 19? Maybe they're older or younger than 19, but like, how could them I don't have to say for myself. I don't really I feel like I'm built to perform. I just want to do it.
I know that for me, a big thing is product in my life is not really what I do. I think that when I do things, it's just as an adult. Even when I'm just sitting in an office in high school, when I think about the future, it just seems so overwhelming. All the different directions I could go. A good direction for a little bad direction. It's just like you can go any number of directions. And I think that for people that are stuck in the rut, if you will, I would imagine a big part of it is just not really thinking about the steps. I don't know that to their life. There might be aspects of their life that are really obvious to fix. For example, they're really hot stuff. We're going to change your diet. It's work. It's not enough to have a full life. It's an aspect. You need to be purposeful, be direction. And so just pointing to symptoms of something is not enough. You need to figure out what you're going to do beyond 2 steps. And I think that one of the things I haven't figured out is not overthinking what things I need to try. I have a basic outline of what I want to do. I want to do things that are hard, that are aggressive, that require hard work. Once I find things that check that, I can question whether there was some alternative that was slightly better. You know, I could have easily tried out a number of special operations units that meant Navy SEALs, some really cool, who had a couple of things that seemed really ultimately doing that and solve that. And instead of being the whole let's do in-depth research on every military unit, see if this really is. And let's also look at what are the statistical chances of going through it. Because if you can do that, you get caught up in the analysis paralysis. Sometimes it just doesn't. I think that when you find something that checks in boxes that it seems interesting, so just to expect it to the young people explore the world and explore the and I do it later. The difference between satisfied this was meat and then the threshold for the research to that is probably the right direction and then they can maximizing what's the one that's got the lowest walkout rate, what's the one that particularly is close to me, is close to family, that's blah 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 blah. And the problem with being a maximizer is that it doesn't count. There'll be time cost, thought cost, anxiety cost, opportunity cost that going beyond satisfied in maximize all of that is just really unnecessary. And I think what the video example is the threshold of satisfied. Like, is it? Yeah. It's good. Each person, how do you get through training and selection? It's really about how people watch out, oratory, really all of this stuff. So what was the preparation and experience of that? So I think that an aspect of me that's been very helpful is I'm probably border on being a narcissist, to be honest. I have like a crazy confidence in my ability to just be able to do things. Whatever it is, I have no experience in it. I have this belief in myself. And if I apply myself to something, I can do it. If not the best at it, I can do it. So I don't question it. I don't know what the rigorous field. I just research and try to figure out what to do. Once I have that in my mind, I don't worry about, well, can I do it? I wanted to. So I'm going to give it a shot. I think I probably can. And then with SEAL training, I mean, for those that don't know SEAL training system, it's a doozy. It's just long, more than anything. It's very challenging to even get a spot to try. Like, get time. Just to have a chance to try it. It's very competitive. And that's really in large part because of the publicity around SEALs following the body and the rock stars. Yeah, you can say they're trending down a bit now, but overall, it's a SEAL team. So there's loads of people to do it. In order to just get a chance to get out, it's physical screening. It's relatively straightforward, but there's some red tape. It means that a lot of people who are just not prepared to sign up for a Navy contract and sign the dotted line. Doing what's right? And always a physical. And once you get in the door, their training is basically 2 years long, where you could make the case that about 6 of those, 6 months out of those 2 years are like kick you in the face miserable. And I'm not talking about little bits of time. Your life is a little bit of this 6 months. Sick part. So there's your boot camp. There's the enlisted route. There's the enlisted side and the officer side. There's enlisted. There's from college degree. You go boot camp, which is 2 months. Chicago, which is a typical Navy boot camp. It's not really that specialized at all for guys who went to the SEAL teams. Then I went through a prep school, which is a Navy prep school. So another 2 months in Chicago, where you work with Olympic athletes and coaches and some professional athletes. And all it is just strength training. So they're not trying to screw you. They're trying to make you strong. So they're ready as you can be for the next phase, which is how do you find the daily rates. Those are some taking pictures of it. So you have I think it's 6-day schedule, it might be 5, but you have this schedule where every single day you have 3 major activities, but there was 4 major activities per day. So you kind of rotated through them. It was running, ranging from just short sprint work to very long. Swimming, that was the one activity we did every single day. It was spinning, huge pool, double the size of the swimming pool, and we would fin at least a mile. Just swimming. And it was all combat side stroke. It's a efficient stroke, it's pretty easy, but it's a long stroke. So we need to do one, we definitely swim, basically gym workout, really intense power when we do it. And then there was like that, hey, we're going to go block groups. Yeah, it's 3 of those that get chosen, you get through Friday and big Saturdays and things of that stuff. And then there was, usually one day a week where they would bring an actual SEAL to run you through a very short, what would you like to do with PUTS, which is the name of the actual facility. That's the basic water generation in SEAL school. It's the 6-month-long phase right passage that you must pass to be a SEAL. That's the next stop following the PUTS. So you get a little taste of it as instructor for you know, a little bit. It's like a little apprentice thing. And the part that actually is horrible is try to in the water, go in the pool with you and with the guys in this line that you're all, you're looking at the guy's back in front of you. The instructor will give you a grip. The first step is just a grip in the wall with him. Without grips, sorry, you gotta use your feet. You just pass these grips, one at a time. Or your hands stay out of the water first. Just constantly kicking it. Think about it. Good enough to weight, you're fast and right? But you can handstand, that's considered quick. So you can basically keep going or pass on the movement. That's how you continue the variation. It would make the students friends. It would say, hey, this is a cute innovation. Which means you're going to sit in that water until somebody quits, or until somebody just like goes under and passes out. You just pop it. Somebody jumps in, pulls you out of the water. It's like, and that's not even butts. That's like, let's test the waters and see what it's like. You get out. It's in Southern California, which is the 6-month-long hard stuff. And it's like everything you do about too bad. It's, the intimidation is so, because instructors will, the people who get chosen to be instructors look like instructors. You know what I mean? Like, they don't look like they look like good guys. And it's just like terrible. So, I mean, you make the case that the first maybe 6 weeks to 8 weeks of that 6-month period was just like the most physically fluid. So you've done boot camp, you've done prep school, and it's like the first 6 weeks in California, the first 8 weeks in California is like big stuff. That's elevate, that's the 50-meter underwater swim, that's full combat stages, and a couple major cascades that are massive to watch. Elevate is 5.5 days. They say around the clock training, it's around the clock training. 24/7 rotation of staff that comes in, so you always have fresh instructors. You just get your ass kicked 24/7. 5.5 days strict. It is absolutely horrible. Your legs swell to increase the size of the shaking. Guys are kicking up. It's not blood, it's taking floppy spew because their lungs are filling with fluid called swimming baseball, edema. You guys are not 27. You take these during college, you're scheduled to take 72 hours and then you do a lot of stuff with their hour to I wish that you don't, because if you can wait for 72 hours, just get scheduled for 72 hours, and then you fall asleep for 1 hour, and you're woken up to the sound of bullhorns, told to jump in the freezing ocean and go away, that's worse than sleeping. There's actually pictures that they took. We had a professional photographer out there for our Hell Week, just by happenstance. They maybe wanted some picture of Hell Week. And there's this picture of it. If you didn't know the context, you wouldn't be able to have it. It's daytime, it's beautiful. You're looking at the ocean, and the photographer can see. You see all these students, all these students running in the water. It's so, they're like slow driving. It looks like they're just flying. Those people. And I realize that if you look closely, it's because you fly off. When you jump in the water, the shape you have is cold. Yeah, salt water gets into it. Yeah, so it's like acid. And the worst shape is with water. So imagine you're blowing, suddenly there's acid poured all over you. It's cheap. We got back to talk to the goal in 1 minute because I tell you about bouncing. Bouncing like a big head, one-stop shop for the entry man and I kind of what do you call it? Art and theater and the brains and exercise and microbiome and
every week. Why this chapter line really got me down to medicine, like in particular, because the 14% of my clients have a critical life-saving target. Fountain Life provides top-of-the-line health snapshot, ethic therapeutics, and lifestyle interventions, pain prevention, supplementation, all to the longer. And I'm not a fan. I use them myself with the information they did, and I intend to find them stand out. So, if you're sick of getting into your health, here's the list to insurance. You only get $500 off the exact same challenge service I got, or go to fountainlife.com/modelgroup. Fountainlife.com/modelgroup. There's an episode with the back to the guy that wrote me a month so I asked him, you mentioned it, like, yeah, I wouldn't get outside. What did you again to? Why you didn't make the world ultimately it's not the latter. It's the water latter. The evaporate. It's all the fish latter. So these long rows, public house with whiskey roads is one thing. She goes on a beach skin. On the seat is beach. It's a walk. So the neighbor guy gave 14 million Muslims to go from Portugal to the Caribbean. How long does it take? I thought it's about less than 2 months. The good thing is, you can do it for cheap. So it's not going for 11, but because each additional person is behind, the weight of that, the weight for something, weight of that, weight of the weight of the water, the weight of the 6 people is not really equivalent to one person. Each person negates the power that they have with the that makes sense? Yeah. So the template is you've got a stack on the and they do it in Google and stuff to verify it. Dead screen, load, high, small. I think the record will probably be great. So take me through just what class were you? I studied class 2 in I have probably for swimming these pulmonary edemas that stuff runs and I felt which is like a big it's a simulated ground test. That's not what it's called. So you have to do 20 minutes with your scuba tanks on the pool as instructors are constantly taking air off, trying to do actual knots in the line, you call it sneak routine to fix the problem. If the problem is getting more complex, the longer and so by the time you fix all these problems, you're probably 1.6 seconds to research just one level, then you're going to solve the 60 second problem. So it's like 2.5 minutes, which for those who don't understand what that means, you are totally at the box, which is you're bailing about to pass out. What they're looking for is, can you stay calm and follow this procedure? Your body is simply and it took me a number of twice past that test. I was horrible at it. That's all it is. But I guess I'm getting the same with the instructors that they said you can stick on. There's only 2 rules to do that. Usually they roll once, you get to stick on. You can roll twice. So it's not too fast. But I graduated with class 2. So I was in September of 2012. I finished so getting glides, which is 6 months, and then you do this all along 6 months of fitness, which is not as hard as glides. So what is the worst element of powerlifting training for you? Pain, discomfort, level? Is there a particular moment that you went through that was the worst?
You know, I think looking back, I think it's tough to say that overall the worst part is actually just the sleep deprivation. I probably just 5 days of sleep, but actually in reality, that was less of it. The sleep deprivation was so expected with powerlifting, it wasn't really anything to worry about, it's just staying healthy. But in the weeks leading up to powerlifting, you're working from sun to Sunday, you're just getting destroyed. you know, all these extra things that you do after the day ends, the instructors for us. You get a set the composition in the instructor's office. So they're going to walk in with a state of things. Everyone in the class, you have to at least one who makes a comment about the instructors every day. It's in the real life. They're pumped ready. They want to go home with the coffee. It's all these kind of extra chores that people have to get a shot of food, the boots immediately, after beer. So you're done, let's say, at 6 o'clock. I look up at 6 o'clock, days when I was married. That's the 3 o'clock days. I just drive 40 minutes to the house, get back at 7, eat a burrito, help them through this awesome burrito, and it's like you do extra stuff. House, really sharp at night. Before long, it's like 10 o'clock, which is not that late. It's Monday, it's 10 o'clock, I'm actually back at car. It's at like 3:30 in the morning. You know, so you just get actually genuine, like, for real. Just not that much sleep.
They're trying to get sleep all day.
What does that feel like? You know, motivation is opposite. So that is what they're talking about. Instructors are talking about. Say you really want to do it. Because it's a clean motivation is not. What is it for? Do you really want to be a SEAL? Or is it just exciting to be a idea of calling yourself a SEAL? It really is a difference. Because once you really SEALs, what you're being trained to do is just be SEAL once. Because a lot of SEAL missions require it. You get a mission on Christmas Day in 2015 that I went through SEAL training. Like the mission itself is so cool. I really want to imagine, but you also need to be ready to use your weapon. You can't have a fitness on. You can't use it as you're shooting like a rocket launcher or something. You need dexterity. So I'm not going to tell us this here, but if you walk on the target, it's this long intro. It's just there. It's deeper. It's deeper. Also, there's at least one of those. By the time it's not to the specific target, I can't use it. That's how hard it is. The tool of people with those targets, you actually get rockets, cards, and such. Because you're thinking, oh, so this stuff can do it. That's the thing. We want people looking like revelation. Suffering. They need to do because the job is a lot of suffering. If you're going to suffer, suffer being doing basically, I am someone who actually is prone to panic to a degree, which is my fight or flight and flight guy. It's a lot. So it's that part of it, but I don't even necessarily think about it. That was something that's really challenging to work through. But I would say that I'm able to listen for a really long period of time. It's not because I'm some superhuman. It's just it feels like if there's some worthy reason to suffer, I can suffer for a really good. That's actually what I think about. It's funny to compare the military to this, but when I first started making YouTube videos, so not the viral TikTok video I did with a lot of part, but transitioning about 6 months later, because TikTok was going so well, to making long-form YouTube videos, I was one week in, and I was putting out 4 or 5 featured videos per week, which basically meant I was not going to sleep at all. It's just getting 20 hours of looking at the video to get out the door, sleeping for 3 to 6 hours max, and then right back into the video, with loads of times where I actually think back. It's 4 in the morning, trying to write a script, and I'm so tired I can't keep my eyes open. I would channel that I've struggled with things before, and I could say, this is how I'm going to make it to the top, and how will other people can have this opportunity. Being on the now, just sheer determination and willingness to suffer. You don't have any photos to sit there. I'm tired, I'm going to thank day of knowing
It's one of the most reassuring things to realize that whatever challenge job is placed on the future, and that everybody else has to go through this as well. It's just snapping this low and 90% of our time don't make it to do. Of the 10% that do, 90% of those don't make it past that first country. So you have to help percentile of those 10%. Right. The idea, what would be universal selection criteria between episode 0 and episode 1? It's the same thing that everybody goes. Balance. Say for whenever I get to a low, ask myself why do I even bother? I just remind myself that this is why most people quit, and this is why they don't quit. It's like, this is teaching. This is my job. It's built into it. I think that's quite reassuring. What's it feel like to get behind your neck? What does it blocks people? At least that was my experience. I was medically evacuated. So I did 2 appointments, which in the world of Navy SEALs, I think the shortest tour you could do. My time in service is 7 years. And for SEALs, you have to sign a contract that's longer than the traditional war. These people are like, this is a 4-year deal. For the SEAls, because the training takes so long, basically it's 3 years on top of it. So I served in the I say this because there are very few going to be very soon to make the SEALs that listen to this, what I'm going to say. But I've been working in a month with one combat. It's the first war I did in Afghanistan. And we definitely got into fights. It was, in many ways, it was actually the right thought. They would be hate for it. There was so much crap. They overseas, it's terrified. It looks like war, and I'm smiling here because it's so weird. First there, it's so different. Does this make you feel like you're kind of back that? This actually looks similar to offshore because so we landed at this base, we're operating base Shank, it's good. This obvious military stuff, means that people are all around political, everything's moving, stuff happening crazy. But when we came, actually, my entry to Afghanistan, my view, make sure it's getting real, is we flew from Virginia to Germany, and we stayed there for a couple of days, flew from Germany to Afghanistan. It's this 8-hour flight, it's not a slave, a business class. It's so loud, and there's but it's relaxed. We've taken military flights dozens of times, and just kind of used to walk around. But when we got into Afghanistan airspace, the pilot had to put on a red light. Even though we're way above small, frankly, we thought that it's harder to see the distance. The white light sneaks out. It's like, when it's okay, we're going to have to get airspace. So, when we're here, goes, if you're shooting up, we're in a bad spot. That's good. Like, stay away from the windows. Red light. And we did this really intense, very quick ascent. So too long. And it's like, I noticed how intense the heating was in the out. It's wintertime, so green, never done anything. Only turning, looking around, they look like this, but just mountains everywhere. And it's actually so beautiful, which is weird because it's this really ridiculous place where people like me. But yeah, no, so I was there, and it was anyways what I expected. When shooting starts, the thing that stood out to me, when you get hurt, you have to debrief out. It's told and the debrief point they sit up and listen about the entire experience of Afghanistan. When the rounds started flying, and people began shooting at us, it was so incredible to see your teammates just do their job. Because the thing about SEAL teams operating special operations unit, so much of what they're doing is this choreographed everything else. You don't have just like any things happening. It's just, you're working in tandem all the time. Everything is done with buddy, with this teams. You're just seeing this crazy moment of like gunfires and you're looking at your teammates, and your teammates are so well trained. You just see this look of isn't it? Super dance where it's heads. But you're seeing what millions and millions of dollars very specialized it looks like. For a second, especially when you get into a gunfight, you see that condition. It's, for lack of a better description, it's beautiful. You don't stop it. It's the idea that we both are singles every 30 seconds of the best. It just seemed unbelievable yesterday. It's like, no wonder the SEALs have a reputation for doing. I'm not talking about the night. It's the other SEALs I saw that just like, holy shit. This is an intense level. So,
confidence level's really high, especially as the defendant on you're going on parallel.
You feel it gets with the guys with boots.
That's actually something you need to keep in the back of the mind.
It's awesome.
Yeah, the complacency builds. And I actually, there's definitely an element to that. It's a really good. And also, most of us are creating tools, in the time of our lives, you can see that. But anyway, so the grenade, about 5 months into the deployment, we were going into this village called Southern Char. It's the general mission set that we had in this thing was our unit was we were tasked with trying to find suicide bombers. We're destined for Kabul, a big city in the east, stopping the limited effectiveness before it happened. Because we were actually positioned on the one big road in this thing called Route Utah, the Swiss that and if it went back to Kabul, we were to this little outstation that was right up alongside Route Utah. It's just not a base. It didn't look like this. It was a couple escort areas and some tents. A very miniature version of this. And it was our job to stand Utah with these suicide bombers. Across the street on Route Utah was the city, if you will, or Southern Char. So in Afghanistan's modified since sophisticated architecture and all. In some places there is, but where we were, it's like rough sticks. It's very simple. It's Southern Char, it was mud huts, but they were built on top of each other. It's like the closest thing to an urban environment is you're going to get outside of the This is urban Afghanistan. That was went into Southern Char. There's so many opportunities to get stuff in gangs, in fact, the numbers we can see there's there's fighters everywhere. This is a highly contested place because it's actually a lot of these suicide bombers these kept before preparing to war. The thing about Southern Char is you really look into this town from 1,000 meters away. You can fly behind parts of Afghanistan. Fighters do not want to be recognized as fighters. They'll be targeted and killed. These fighters in Southern Char are openly going to the 40 seconds in patrol the streets. They know that they're this target this place. Their job is, fighter, protecting the people in the city, dominating. And so we would go in with this obvious it's going to occur. It's why we're going in. So just before Easter, 2014, it was April 19th, I think that's right, April 19th, 2014, we went to the Southern Char. We got into what meant to be a pretty long, drawn out, but not the whole time. It was spread out about 6 hours. We had our course in the Afghans that we worked with, with us, a couple of them, we were getting shot, a lot got shot. We lived, but there was a few casualties along the way. Tycoon for deployment, it's a 6-month deployment versus 5 months in. It was the fighting season, so it's the springtime, there's much more action feel. And, we were pretty experienced. Sport is deployment, we were hungry. It was just very frustrating at this particular day that we kept getting shot up. It was like just over these points that ran underneath the city that they stayed in. Again, it's like, imagine being in the city and putting it up. There's loads of places that people escape. And so by the end of the night, when basically we had got shot a whole bunch, didn't do a whole lot of that. I mean, we did, effectively. It was just kind of, I guess I would say, like, frustrated. Yeah, this is good. So, there's obviously fighters still here, they're still getting hot shots. And at some point, we look ahead, we go obviously, their vehicle spotted moving. We call it police, like military vehicles, that were crouching on this wall, we were doing the leader of the next wall. So there was some consideration that they didn't send up. We were able to begin shooting at us, so there's some threat with these people, but given the rules of engagement, you can't just, go over and stop shooting. You can't do that. You need to go see what's going on. You have not been realistically time. You need to get shot. So our fire team, I was a part of it, which is a group of 7 SEALs or 6 SEALs Army Force. We happened to be physically closest at the time because telephone complicators these people's over here. And so I was not in charge of this. I took the guy up, our leader, and said, let's just go, let's see this one. Just get eyes on the experience. See what they did. It wasn't, let's go over there and get into something. It was like, let's go see. And so now we went back. Really respectful. We ended up walking down this alley where we were anticipating that we would walk in this alley, this narrow little alley, the whole other side of us. We would get to this wall where this T is. So I walk in this wall, this T. Our expectation is this wall right here we're walking towards is like 6 feet high, 7 feet high, so not that tall you can look over it, that we would be able to look over this wall and this whole field that extended behind it. On the other side of the field, where there was another wall, 100 meters away, they would be crouched up against that wall. So all you need to know is we're expecting a little wall, a little open, about 100 meters away, on the other side of the field, is going to be these people. Against the wall, not on that side of the field. They're right here. They're literally less than a foot away from us. And they didn't hit us. It was quiet, making away from the alleyway. And it's one of those things where our team lead had to do something. Had to be proactive at this point. We're risking all intuitively persuaded because best case, frankly, would have been to get out of it. This is not the way you should go to the field. It's way too close, way too much risk being back out. It's silly too much. If we turn around, if we keep going the way we should, our back is taken. What's to say that happens? And we just clean up and start shooting us. So they expect making a moment decision to engage. So our team lead got down the top of his leg, signaling to somebody else. Start to engage. Stepped onto our teammate's leg to get his head up over the wall. Calling out the weapons, so we knew that yes, these weapons were close to the gunfight facility. But these two people, I thought his name was 7, but I think those 2 people that were on the wall was between 2 and 7. And these 2 of them were holding grenades that they already put the pins on. They were just holding the spin now, so as soon as they got that seconds later, they were holding this exact reason. In case they were discovered, they would function as like suicide. Yeah. And so, engaging way to the grenades over the wall. And I was not one of that shooter to stand behind without the shooter. It's alleyway. And it's the middle of the night, our night vision, with the moment of the head, out of nuclear spotlight that is cast down over the works, not really good. And it's flashing still, so with infrared, you can see it on night vision. So to make it out, you would look like darkness. To me, night vision, this green gray scale, through high speed vision, it was very bright flash. It felt like a spotlight. It's periodically flashing. There's no reason that it's not flashing. I think it had to do with the fact that we were actively engaging, and I think that this is the, I didn't know, it's not supposed to. It actually has more to do with targeting. It's a little bit complicated why you do flash versus save. But everything's good with flashes. I don't think it would go. Imagine there's a flashlight straight down the That's what it looks like. It's this amazing, really bright. Anyways, it's flashing. And because it was so bright, and those grenades came over the wall, came over the wall, and time slowed. It's immediate. My brain's there it is. Your death is here comes this big flash. The IRs are slowed with flash on. This is just a fraction of a second. And see the grenade on the way towards when the flash off disappear because it's now no longer doing it. I lighted commanding the grenades to be closer. It really felt that slow, even if it's happening in a fraction of a second. The grenade comes over, hits my shoulder, and it hits your shoulder. It hit my shoulder. It hit my shoulder, helps with it. And I remember when I saw flashing in the wall, I actually was thinking, not oh boy, I think we die. It was more like, I looked at this, at least get me below my head. It was still dark. At least my family would be able to recognize me because it not below my head. And so in this like time standstill moment, was that fear? That's not even really sort of rational. It was rational. It was normal. It was just bad. It was love. I've never absolutely near death experience before. But when I tell people, it's a weird way the way we are able to live so seriously, our punks to be really like control. We walk, we talk, we do all these things. When I think about it, that's what our experience is being alive. It happens basically automatically. Nothing else happens to is death. You only experience it once. Your body, your brain, your mind, at least in my personal experience, is ready for that one. You just don't think. And so when it was time, the AIDS came with the wall that's going to hit, it's going to kill you. It was just like, I'm doing the PC. And so I remember with the shoulder, it was like, please don't blow, 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 please don't blow. Yeah, I was like, thank God. And then they made it all the way to my legs. And I said, well, shit, I just don't think it's on. I'm not going to do it. Crap. And I was even slightly turning. I was like, oh, shit, this is good. Then I detonated it, and it felt like someone took a handful of blocks. And just light through it. They hit me in the back of the legs. Really, it was with pieces of shrapnel. So the way a grenade works is there's a fuse inside of a piece of metal. The fuse it detonates. Metal is just a splinter, create laser blades that get fired off in every direction. So there's blades of metal sent in all of us. And, you know, I just told the story recently. There's what I remember, the time that I've been through, and then there's what actually happened. And you just know what actually happened is I ended up speaking to the guy who saved my life 4 years after I got hurt. And I wasn't able to talk to him, it was so traumatic. I avoided him, frankly, he avoided me. I'll tell you what actually happened. We didn't talk to each other. It's kind of never happened. I never talked to him. And then 4 years later, we finally have our talk, debrief what happened. And the story was what did we do? What I got afterwards, I survived the grenade, and I also received the grenade technical. I was on the face of the alleyway was also with sewage. The sewage. And they fell into the sewage. Obviously, something's hit my legs. I thought I had my legs, and I was pretty confident that I really was going to lead this injury to my legs. And so I didn't see it up. And then I positioned myself like this, and some of this did happen. It was more like the time of things. Looking up, here's this tape, right? So we had walked this way, this side, we shoot this way, but at the left and right side of the tape, the tape was open. To the field where this went forward. I was thinking as I'm trying to stand just at the time, all this gunfire happened immediately to its head. I'm thinking, someone's coming on the wall. So then I start shooting down the alleyway, and I'm looking, I can't go anywhere. And so I'm like, well, I survived the grenade, but it's only a matter of time before we're able to run. And somebody comes in and she's going out the door, so I had to take it hostage. I did it anyway. I remember just the popular it didn't work. Parts of the room came off. I never saw it. I was told that it was not working. And then I'm remembering somebody picked me up and dragged me not to cover because there really wasn't nowhere to go. They just kind of took us down the base of the T, if you will, to the side of this wall. I had blankets on my legs, a J-tag, we call it airstrikes, and they called it what's called. It was a danger close airstrike, which sounds like nothing, but what it means is when you call in a danger close airstrike, what that really means is you're calling an airstrike at your position, considering what they're not. And when you do it, you have to get the officials basically saying, I approve you call an airstrike yourself. Now, we're not going to do it, but it's often to this. Hey, they're 5 feet away from us on the other side of this wall, and we can do try to get them, don't try to get us. So they called in helpline, so we're 15, 20 feet away from what's actually targeting. So that would then visualize the threat. But also at the same time, with all these fighters that are fighting this all day, and when all this chaos around, so they can quiet as well. As soon as the shooting started, people from all around the city just began arbitrarily shooting generally in that direction, shooting RPGs in our direction. Like, they didn't hit their own people. They don't care. They're shooting us. And so there was just this chaotic, trying to suppress the threat, trying to call it chaos, happening that it turns into something so everybody's
Was that mostly from grenades?
Just
There's only 2 grenades?
as far as we know, there's 2. There's video of it, and it does kind of look like there was 2. Maybe? The drums,
Have you seen this?
Yeah, it's strange. You're not right. It's more like,
but you could probably pick out.
It's It's not so much your all the danger. I'd say that I was bad because it was affected of it in a way, with the prosperity or something. I think I kind of messed around. You know what? Initially, because I didn't have the debrief, I'm gonna tell you the debrief, which changed the story a little bit. I felt like when I escaped all of the people that I was with that were part of this horrible situation. We all there was a platoon, and I think there were 25 people in the platoon, SEALs in the platoon. I think there was 810 Purple Hearts sticking in there. A reference of you get a Purple Heart if you're wounded in the combat. That's the gist. I think the stipulation is you actually need it for any attacks happen. Like it's not just like it's right. It's like you get punched and you get wounded through it. Are you in pain just at this point? Like what's kicked in really? Like in the story? You feeling pain from the grenades because it seems like just for months actually there was no. It had to be just it was absolutely. I felt pressure where there was definite big serious holes. It didn't hurt at all. The pain came from the case there. So yeah, we ended up getting the run out of this place we were under the hail of gunfire. This helicopter that took us to I went to a medical tent. Where I first landed in Afghanistan, was very similar to this. And then from I went to Germany, I was there for the I said, oh, it's not hard for me to hobble in 7 days after being out. The thing that really screwed me was actually, when I came home, I frankly was not prepared to really talk about the specifics of what happened. I didn't know why. I wasn't supposed to be like, it was more like I just don't even talk. But 4 years later, and then talking to him, who is the guy who trying to get stuff like that since I was like, he also didn't work about it. So we both, without saying anything, we worked at the same facility. When I came home from this injury, I was out of my platoon. My platoon was over and was put into a new group, whole new group of guys, so we came together directly. And actually, I came back home, we didn't see each other. We were in the same building every day at work. We definitely waited for each other. And it was like, we're not going to talk about this pretty big thing that we did. What was the conflation? I think that's probably a talk with this one. It has to be, I can't think of any of these things. Was he injured too, or was he? The thing with him is, the deployment before that I wasn't on, he was involved in. They had a couple of pretty horrible injuries. I think there was even a casualty as well, death. And he was the manager of it as well. He worked with some really medical and security. And so I think that he already had a little bit of survival skill. Yeah, and I think he had a little bit of survival skill. He's like a good analysis. It's funny, if you saw him, he did not fit the sticks into the scene. It's like, oh, great, like, he's a typical, like, normal looking guy. So nice, this guy who was like super great Navy SEAL something like that. He was just like a set. He had some survival skill. I got along with the other people and was with him. I heard a bunch of people. He was actually the only one who was not really physically hurt. He got concussed by the blast for sure. It was like everybody else got hurt. He physically perfect guy to not be able. He actually, he struggled. I didn't know about this. So I'm close to his wife. I haven't talked in a while. He's very close to his wife. She actually got in touch with me a few years after the fact and just said, I think it would be a lot, but things were just talked. It was almost like, we knew this was going to happen at some point. She's like, it's really struggling. Just in general, and I think that you're one of the very few people that probably, without even saying it, really have the same mental space that he's in. So we agreed to just leave. I hit him up. I just was like, hey, you know drug about this too? It's like, yeah. So we met at this fast food. It's even small talk. It was just, let's talk about it. It's like what happened yesterday. And the thing that really couldn't mess with me, but has since really defined the experience for me, is so the grenade can go to the wall, and that was all memories, let's say, after it. Over it goes up, it goes across. It was immediately after it on. I was either unconscious or appeared to be unconscious. I was faced in so much blood. It didn't like a fluid blood. Medic, he said that he immediately went to the triage. point where everyone goes up, and looks around and actually said, I looked at you, thought at first you were on a sheet of ice, because there's this huge pool of blood under you. I'm like, it's weird. This is what he's telling me. It's weird. It's not cold enough for there to be ice. And that's when it dawned on me that that's not ice. That is a massive pool of blood of which left me up. Whatever it was, he saw that I was thinking, moving. He made a decision that I can't work on it. With somebody else that's going to save him. If he's a precious resource, he has to do something completely to save. And so he left me to die. And I hate fine. At some point, he or one of the other guys who also was right back there came back down and said that there wasn't. It gets me up. This is all attachment. Hellfire missiles being held in unless they're active shooting elements. This is not something at all. This is like in the middle of the country. These people, like I say that they're dumping what's happening right now. I was carried out of the contact spot down next to a wall in coordinates. It's on, not in the box. Complete absolutely. Between medic, who I was also very close with, because I was there out again. I did a lot of work with our purple force, so I can speak all policy, so I can do a purple. Medic, comments can be, if the turn gets on me, it's what's going to be they kind of all the places I was bleeding, attachment, and I had to look at something else. I got so shaken up that I thought I was going to die. And he laid on top of me, which is great. Even the weapon is laying on your body to protect you, as well as it was putting yourself to it's just, what I do recall, I didn't know when this happened, and I think it happened when this Saturday. I had what I would consider the moment of death. Where I didn't have something on consistency. It was, I remember the vision going, well, you can see there's clearly something bad's happening. Two eyes are open, it's darkness, it's blindness, it's a blindness that I've never experienced before. My sight is completely, also sound, I was here. This is good as well. And it was like a helicopter sound. It disappears. And so I'm left to silence. It's absolutely boring. And all I was thinking about was not in an emotional way, but in sort of like a symbol hit. I was wondering what the newspaper article would say, what the newspaper about trying to be sort of like against. It wasn't like for me. It's just I don't know what this headline said. What's it? Would say I played baseball. Would say that I was a loved friend of this person or that person, and I wondered who would be, just basic things because I knew I was fine. I said to you before, the same way we live without thinking. It's our entire existence to be alive, so we don't think about it. It really helps that your body is completely shut. It was just like, I felt myself losing grip really cool. At some point, again, my interpretation of how things happened, I don't know what happened, but the bleeding was stopped. I was able to come back, get to the hospital, and consider doing that. After I finally did recover, I was told by or not recover. I was in the hospital, when I first got to the hospital, and they was told that I was about 30 seconds dying. I had my edit so I was likely in the final 30 seconds of life. It was not scary at all. It was kind of briefly matter of fact and simple. I thought about my life, thought about, where will she be in our house in Virginia Beach? Again, everything tonight, probably. Someone's gonna come to the door, she's going to get towards me. So it just kind of like, it was so simple. It was not emotional, it wasn't sad, it was pain, it was. And I likened it to, it's kind of funny analogy, but when I was 7, I was rollerblading on this maneuver, they gave me a maneuver, I hit a rock, fell forward, hit my shoulder, and I totally blew up. The compound fracture, a horrible thing. But I was 7. It's a weird thing, but as soon as I could do it, I immediately knew, without a doubt, I had a little team, not fractured, but really good. all of it. As an adult, that would not be some revelatory thing where the hologram can see it. Second of all, I don't even think I've ever gave any thought to the word hologram. I don't think I've ever thought about that about seven. It was like an immediate, thought. And it was right. I'm back to 100% right there. It's like when serious shit happens to you, it's your brain goes into this hyper-focus. Other things, you recall stuff that you just couldn't recall otherwise. I think it's also like things like it's like your brain goes into hyperdrive. Everything is just so much easier to understand. And I would say that with your death, it's just, I knew it was happening. It's not some, maybe this happening. I'm not. That's not what I learned.
It's Saturday after that, you're probably around with people.
Yeah, dude, the transition helps a lot.
Talk to me about the reintegration.
On one hand, it was amazing because I lived. It just felt so amazing to be alive, and to be able to see my wife again, and all those things that you come to, oh, we did, I'm glad. But I was, they call it bleeding, or at least I think it was a flight. That thing is particularly stressful. It usually come back, it could be anything, maybe it's something that happened. The military has these transitional stops, so you don't just go from Afghanistan, go home guys, see ya, we'll see you next month. It's like you go from Afghanistan to a reserve command, and you have therapists, you have like spa days, you have speaker screening, the veterans that can do some stuff. It's designed to, hey guys, you're not on the battlefield. It's time to like turn it down. And the way it's put to you, we're doing these reintegration stops is you're dead right now. If you think of it as a grade of really the green is you and civilian. You are a normal person. Red is I gotta get out of here. Let's go work with civilian. So it's all about pressurizing you a little bit, getting you calm down. But I didn't have that because there's not really a big process for guys that did badly enough that need to ship out of the country. You guys get hurt. They get to stay in the country and instantly get prepared to leave. The line is bad enough I had to leave to go to Germany, go through other surgeries and treatment. And so there wasn't really any sort of system set up. I'm not calling the military out. My guess is that it was. Maybe I didn't know about it, or I was too far either way. Back home, it's really enough. Home, the way I describe that is nuance sense. That everybody fucking knows me. Everybody knows me. I'm just favorite season group. I was going to so everybody knows me. I was totally happy. That was where I went sleeping in traffic because it's serving you at Starbucks. Remember, when I came back to the United States, I actually came back to Maryland. I was getting units to Virginia. At this point, we were stable, still like that. It's just like very nice when we were working in the just like escorted me to Virginia. Stop. I'm not a good person. I think it's just like I don't even think this person fucks. I'm not interested in getting anywhere as a fight. I can stop being an asshole. Like the whole two experience. And then it's just it's not the end. That was the person that heard this thing. Wow, I'm an asshole. And then traveling. I think we drive too low. If they did, I get so mad at me. So I was just mad. That's the right story. We lived in a few days of being home. So we lived in HOA's Homeowners Association. It was the property, we exist in these neighborhoods. And so I come back home, my wife is like beautifully happy, periodically we get this message, or I should say, like, she said, hey, just so you know, the HOA has been touching this several times because our chimney cap is rusted, just fix it. And we got, I think it was a voice, somebody called us from the HOA, hey, it seems that hard, and you still haven't changed the chimney cap, if you're applied today, you're going to change that. And I called him, I did, anything about, oh, is this so-and-so? That's 6 months. It's like, what would I know? And I turned it into. So, huge level of betterment, feeling like what I did was this righteous destiny or feeling about that. And that was really hard to get out. But I would say that at some point you realize you're actually it's so egotistical, idle, even if it's warranted to some degree to be feeling that way, it's so awkward to be able to feel like that. But once you realize it takes months.
It's very impressive. You're incredibly prepared to display your thought, whether it was being close to narcissistic with the self-belief, like there's a way you did that, so that you're not a bad guy, you're a good guy, but that's the problem. Also, I wanted you about, just do this with him, what did really happen, and then it's a different. I think there's no one to do it. Taking a kind of perspective of your thought, and spending time people should say that now because I think when you are perspective, and then you also say, and you actually perspective, it's not a comment on myself with a electric side, because you guys slowly did it for a while, and then you'll just figure it out. I think that seems psychologically healthy, as opposed to saying, well, you know, there was coping strategies and there's blah blah blah. I did use it for a lot. Okay, so you've done that, you're now back to city life, you're going through this thing. Physical, mental, emotional reintegration was the process you went through. Not really. No, I think that you need the therapy. I don't know. It definitely it's something. I think to be a lot of ability to be therapy. There's good work through quite a bit. Just from that deployment, and also just in general, just life. I think that, you know, having some pretty profoundly bad experiences in life, at the time were pretty awful, but many times they're the most defining moments of our lives. We're really able to really see what we're made of when things are going really badly. And I think that I've had a couple of times in my life where my life has been really, really challenging, and I just came to see a thing where I came upon that reintegration, and it's really and it's in those moments, the only way that I've been able to get better is through is I'm really honest about doing doing. I have found that it's just very effective to be honest with yourself about really how you're not doing well and not being afraid that you're not to. And that's a good way to work through your problems, is just all these issues. But let's make it that worse because it's actually just everything else. So, given that you seen death, escaped death, and you now study death, what have you come to believe about what constitutes a good life?
I would say that having purpose is a big part of it. Brings me happiness. And it's, you know, we've been reading this developed in my life, it's pretty comparable to what I don't think that I'm not these opportunities that just come to success of this change. Really exciting. I guess new things I never could have done before. But what consistently brings me genuine happiness is not like vacations necessarily are. It's having a goal, working towards that goal. It's actually the act of working towards the goal that is the happy part. Getting to the goal means you have to go. It's a quick end too. And so I think that more than having stuff or even experiences, I think it's having the core sense of why you're here. At least for this chapter of your life. It doesn't need to be something goal either. But just having some of the targets that really oriented life. That's when I'm happy, focused, my life feels complete. It's when I have some heart, like whether or not I achieve it in many ways is secondary to happy. You need your heart. What do you think happens after you're done? You believe in ghosts? And you know, I would say that I probably was more open to life after death before I became Scavalli and began reading the stories. I'm not saying that I've changed my opinion on that. I think that I've just read so much about that. think there's an element to things just kind of. I think that the big reason I think that is actually because of my near-death experience, where it just kind of felt like things just needed to end. It wasn't really sad or anything, it just was. I think about before you were, let's say, what year were you? 1988? So, were you bummed about not being there for 1987? There, you can go the whole thing with reference. That's what happened. The fact that you were there for it doesn't you didn't have a visual agony. And I wish I could have seen 1987. The same is going to be true of music. There is no you to experience it. So there's nothing to go about it. It just stopped existing. I think it's because I'm so close to that. It just feels like you got time enough. It takes chances. It just kind of ends itself for me. And in 100 years, no one's going to know who you were. And it's dark, but it allows me to not really worry about things that are. Take, for example, doing a live, you're going to get a full live tour. Unless you're the person doing the show, what you may not realize is that the talent for the person who's leading the show, when you go on stage to do a live performance, especially for someone like me, doing storytelling, right? It's a skill set. Tell a story or not. You're setting yourself up for a big win or a big thing. If I'm building myself as this incredible storyteller, I'm going down the show and tell you these awesome stories, and it's been so great, and I coach you. It's not just that show is great. It's that top biggest spiral for Albert Johnson, really a good storyteller, he can tell you. But this is all written by somebody who's living experience. So you're jeopardizing the brand. You're risking the brand by doing the live show. But the upside is that 100 times what you get by the individual is demonstrate that this might be the beast. This is the high line. Exactly. And so if you want the big payoff, you take the big risk. A lot of people don't do it. Now, granted, it's hard to get happy with you. It's like when you have opportunities like high wire type of opportunities. It's like, no one cares about it. It's like, no one cares about it. They care about themselves. That's being human. If you take any basic philosophy groups, a big part of it is understanding that humans are by nature egocentric. They only really care about you. As it pertains to them. They aren't really asking if you care about them. They might ask really good questions about what you do. But at the end of the day, they don't really care about them. They care about themselves. And so if you remember that, and you think about the fact that 100 years from now, you'll be dead. Your kids are dead, my kids are still alive, your parents are dead, your grandparents are dead, and no one even knows who you are. So you know who your grandfather's grandfather is. No, of course you don't. Like, that's what it hurts. And so the combined with it, that's what it means. I mean, you think of all the scandals that happen. The first one I thought of was the Will Smith stuff, which is still very scandalous. And if you have kids you want to I think it's still that was probably a scandal for a long time. It's still big news too. That was like those full of
no, something's going on with my mouth.
They care about themselves.
My sleep is going on. I haven't been into sleep.
This idea of other people out there. There's like maybe other people it's usually your partner, or it's your parents, or it's your children.
I can't fucking take this shit hurt so bad.
You gotta do it every time. You know you really they don't care about you. You literally philosophy. It seems like that. I think the fact is, I think it's a big deal. There is more degrees of freedom. Yeah, they do have it one. Or found something like that. Is there anything else? Do you rely on hard principles, philosophically, and lifetime do you rely on? Yeah, I rely on life. This notion of two things that scare you. I definitely didn't come up with this. And actually, ironically, Will Smith is the person that came up with this. It's a complete happenstance. He has this amazing clip. he was on one of those talk shows. But this is several years ago. But he described going skydiving for the first time. It was kind of a thing that they talked about with buddies. He didn't think it was that serious. But then they're all on vacation together. One of the guys says, "Hey, there's a skydiving place down the road. Let's do it tomorrow." And it's kind of, "Oh, yeah, maybe." It slowly became a thing. And for a while, the next day, the skydiving place, the guy's kind of like, "What are you doing this? Because I don't want to do this now." And it's kind of like, "Oh, hey, fine." They get paid, they go up, and now it's terrible. He's strapped into his instructor, but it's not joking. He kind of doesn't want to do this. But his instructor is like real relaxed. You're going to be fine. When I get to the door, it'll be open. I'll count to 3. We'll jump out. It'll be great. It's going to be just the doors are painted. The door slides open. It's going to jump. And his Will's probably goes out with his instructor. And his Will's will be able to do it. Instructor's like, "Okay." And so out they go. And Will said, he's like, "I was so scared. I just don't even know." Just like this now amazing experience. You know, I mean, have you seen that before? No. All they want to do is watching television, and a flash of light catches his eye. He looks out his window only to see a shady person trying to gain entry to a nearby shed. All including will stand by this situation for a full minute before he remembers that he has motion sensor lights. He quickly activates them and sends the intruder back. It is not clear that this bitch is completely looking for his property, or if they are one of his thousands of friends who somehow got his phone address. If this was a stalker, then who knows what they would have done if they had gotten to him. And he certainly looks to immediate login is exploring an old family home and somewhere in himself. It's been here only once before, and it gave him such a strange and foreboding feeling, and he couldn't take it anymore, and he had to leave. He's mustered up enough courage to come back and check out the rest of the house. He wants to get up to the second floor. Upstairs is dismayed, the closet door has been laid over the top of the stairway so that nobody can get through. He tries to push on the horizontal door. One moment, it feels as if a heavy force is standing on top of it, and the next moment, the weight is suddenly gone, igniting Margaret to get upstairs. Some leaks give him the same roof room that made him flee before. He remembers that the front door was kicked in. Possibly someone broke in. Maybe a family was living there long ago, and things did not end for them. So we did this right. Johnny doesn't find much else in use. When he's reviewing the footage, however, he does notice what could be the face of a small girl. Take a look at this picture and tell me if it looks like anything paranormal to you. It looks like this person is trying to do some repairs on the car. Maybe something's wrong with the air conditioning. Then you realize it's not a repair, it's a removal. Next, it appears to crawl inside the car. You only really get a little bit of speed doing a reptilian tug of war. You struggle for almost 2 minutes and lucky for you, the snake is too exhausted to strike and he drops in about 1 minute 45 seconds. Most people look for loose chains while others have to look for loose snakes. This is definitely something I wasn't expecting. Most children never really know what's lurking in your car. And then use it with constant flaws. Here's something outside of this home. And you're just too afraid to move. Listen to this part and tell me if you hear a creepy woman's voice carried twisted to an melody repeats over and over again, going louder each time. It's wondered if this is an animal. One person commented that this sounds like it could be an opera, and you can't say that they're wrong. Listen again. What is that? And picture it sounds to me like a cry for help. This singer never returns. While the dramatic house, having been really off all the doors and windows, she remains unannounced, posted this trail cam footage. While working on the foot of Maple Mountain in Ontario, for 2 weeks in a row, a strange and loud humming noise made them pass out from 8 at night until 11 in the morning the next day. At first, you can only see this curly, out-of-focus object, but it's actually the arm of this giant creature. If it is a costume, it's really good. I wouldn't even know where to step in. Blood goes through the white as it curiously hangers a camera. Its door extends to the tree behind. Everyone's close, you have no idea what is happening within those 2 nights. You believe it? I certainly do. A famous actress in Indonesia using in her living one fire when she caught these scary moments on her Instagram story. She and her colleagues are all together in the US with something that's beyond creepy.
It works.
This is CPSD stuff for more tips on how to do it.
Moving over one is a screenshot figure in operation we never see. Links were at first, but here's why I have some doubts about this supposedly real-based selling video. The operation is perched perfectly above them. Makes me think they were generating hype for a movie, and the fact that she's an actress makes viral marketing all the more viable and explanation. They are acting pretty scared in the video is creepy. And they are professionals who get paid to act scared. So doing something like this probably wouldn't be too hard. Though I'm on the fence with this one, it's still chilling to think about. And as far as a viral video goes,
Exactly why about introducing the wasteland and new stuff. Right? This is to build up the story, both in technology, marketing, and intellect. Going not to work together with the orb, looking aligned, and beyond to prevent those from making time. You have to be while over time, gain more support, have to guide you. All follow that fine time. Eventually, the good source is successfully spread into the immortality, defeating the kingdom of Abyss with glory, it's still law. The only be congratulating us on victory, and then shooting out the north, out of the war, hostage. The also provides this ground for the law of the week later, we start each other to go as possible. Like, Captain Monty, ultimately, the gem of the response into Logan. Not only of course the energy escaped the gem without compromising until it eventually crashed straight into the deck, moving a full motion camera to closing behind the day by day, during that time, the was fog. Nothing to now advance from independent on the island, weakly transforming the southern part of the island into a cultural waste. But within the dance some parts were ship. Although the ship is disciplined main antagonist, and tyrant for plans in many ways to find the way to deal with violence. When offered from the wide distance, up to the nitro and food, the offer of the guest continues to remain unknown, even though the team has only why Hope shows this the voice language is given the full insight of the benefits and how to leverage the convention. For it, the children's personality and what they change for life, and that Hope is subject to the big Fortnite is the significant artifact in the gem which is related to bombs. Lastly, a topic still thawing at wall, a mysterious bunker. Within the bunker, illusions can be put of veiny metal, indicating something might be attained. The island is now with so much behind one for hope to the question, such as what happened to the Olympians, Megalodon, who are the Muslim warriors, what's Nitro, what's Megalodon's plan, what are Open Choke up to, where's the door's box, what's inside the bunker, and who is the launcher of the great tyrant that gave up the door's box and how it lost. So sit back, relax, and let's uncover the secrets of the
Chase for business, it's become way bigger than just chocolate.
Get financial guidance for fantasy. Being digital is all Chase for business. Make more insurance.
Unleashing Megalodon to wasteland I could eventually rid of the and fortunately once discovered two members of last made up providing an explanation about the whereabouts. Those characters being articles, the first observers by the cross led to the work. And when the interact with the how did form the gods elected by feel or both the parallel in the fire simply only people make behind and infer into the request to make her. The movie hypothetical. It was repeated artisan style which surveyed on the island after the fall of Zeus to test the hunting skills of the new date of wasteland. In dialogue with elements of the to lifetime explaining why the group added this sentence from the start after much from water the project that is working to peace. The brother of Apollo is super remain on the planet as well to help the investors short freedom. So to summarize, Art, Apollo, and Sugar, three remaining members of the last island. At the end of the day, let's answer the question of all parts of wonder about survivors. The discovered entity is talking about survival and mentioned the speed of the horizons. That like strategy mythology about growth, white many people believe this relation to Persephone is however that's because Persephone is often depicted as a spirit which this servant is not. We find that that could be Persephone sometimes during the summer updates. Our next three questions are more important. What is what? People the Jonathan Doris box, Megalodon and his band are understanding the wasteland warriors are finding shit and fire. This was a chaos and took substance in Nitro Island. So far, the wasteland warriors either Megalodon, the machine, and Star. The next Star is the wasteland warriors source their and the host. Once it was Nitro. She helps move the chaos of the island and taking her parts of the destruction. They started extremely invested. Apart from that, we're not just artists, we're not a lot of yet. All we know about it now. All people get to know about it. She did. The recent Warriors. She goes to defensive side, Tony once red light break, which is Nitro. Nitro is an unstable economic with that red. There's inevitable beautiful power. It's a red light break. You'll be able to find a that shows that the shit is like Nitro. It is worth it to notice because they might get to something fast. There's the pushing this stuff. Now I know that wasn't found outside for a good time. The fourth law this year is HCO. The total potential actually has this and is considered a stable formula, which is the basis premise for the game. This is the difference to find out what it is such a difficult thing. The majority of completed on Nitro scientific game being completed on Nitro. Alright, that's it. Let's done. Apart from being the adventure of Nitro, the machine is loaded to description in almost a she and the rest of the wisdom Deputy John is the Canadian Tiger. He described the honest European letter. His previously mentioned the old film of Ryan and is found out. As many of you probably already noticed, Megalodon's name, Deputy Time, is based on the state ancient charge of Megalodon. This correlates with the description of being an ancient predator which we can get the top of the beach. Nevertheless, Megalodon is killed by Nitro, who literally lives all over his body, well with the Nitro, after all the factors of the life, including his tail and exhale Nitro. Yes, and Coleman's about 15 countries rugged. Megalodon outside voice language is a critical skill for efficient talk that. show off more Frank's personality was extremely intimidating and likes to use the fans joking here and there, but unpleasantly. The remarkable is that my hands were instruction one never thought to play. Although Megalodon raced the island of Korea at 5, which is good bad, it makes it clear that he intended to destroy it. Fortunately for him, his plan was brought to all of the Leviathan chain, and the limited Leviathan. So, now when they door there, the machine is moving to construct a massive midlight red light rig to the Leviathan ship to invisible connection, allowing Megalodon to continue his plan. However, what we know Megalodon's plan is his full lunar carrying of the tiny and straight to the ground and death. Because if he succeeds, I theoretically possible to promote the field. Yet, the Joker's dialogue is not to have been so clearly expressed because of the theory and looking for which was the perfect theory is our next question is, what will this up to? This is a real very like the welcome to the business class of the show, and this guy must be a personality of the show. If the first line, let's start off with the dialogue department. Joe, falling to the escape off society and now punching has returned. It turns out that the members of this society just barely survived the rapid. Watching the hilarious enough, Oscar, Eddie, and Isha could no longer return to the field, losing all their wealth. Now she was heard of their life. Now, what does have to do with Oscar? Sort of not only did this understand what happened in this event, I mean, it was also explained what was a fool. After that Oscar death, he mentioned in the field, he had a hope that was extremely critical part of society, or into this thing, it had all of it up. The realization that she struck her and she no longer wanted to be a part of society. That letter found in the ground to oppose her sister and everyone in society before. It was like the fight to make her back and that's when Jack was the wall. You're already cool, I'll just get into a hospital and set up with that. It's not us, it's that it's probably everything she's ever had in her life. What's this going on? Then reach the box and eventually clear the box. I now decided on officially whatever you have. With that out of the way, let's watch the show. From his dialogue, Joe has changed and talked. I've been lost full of torpedoes to the whole era. All of this, not fight. Joe mostly believes that putting himself to that news to be a Megalodon would be his task. But I personally think he's underestimated Megalodon's power rate much. These people don't care if they always go out and do the fight with the law. She thinks that he has wanted his destiny among despite the loot to be back. The old show that wasn't true. Now that we've got a dialogue, let's move on to the next wasteland. Part 1, welcome to the wasteland. If you were visiting the Joe, then hope you leave. If that was done, we'll establish contact with you. Conversation with her sort of awkward fight with the group who were focusing and chatting about this contact. Let's contact us again.
He wants to take the island. He's strong. But it's not going to make his better until his little ship is refueled, which explains the pipeline. You turn on everybody to keep that momentum. You keep that. So,
Yeah, nigga. Yeah. What you over here doing, nigga? What you over here doing? Kintrell sites. Nigga watching TV. Nigga watching TV, nigga.
people should have to be aware of that. Now, she wants to learn more about the Missouri Fox and wants to control everything related to it, so the Gems don't make the wrong thing. But perhaps this might be so hard to do it. She will accidentally cause incorrect problems, just like the rest of the Gems before. Nevertheless, this method leads them to explore Gems. These vendors have to reach that Gems to put them into a different freedom to strive for more for the behavior.
I really say I trust you. And we don't need to replace it like that today. Sure. I can direct the experience with the sword. And I got to see it. I got all of the requests. Destroys this case.
Sure, some of yourself in hope that naive belief that give us through every moment, and always need to get obstacles just to provoke your life and the lives of others around you. Joe mentioned our favorite universal blueberry as an example. Let's take a visit to my ability to get out of it. And it's listen to you so we got totally lost. So you could say that that's a great loss for you. The loss of family, the movement, the static, flow, all this data controls doesn't want to stay at the point. Doesn't want her to move and move televised over the different costs which you have to help with the skill. Unfortunately, this time around, it's not completely right. I haven't breaking the doors to that too. Once you break the doors, you have to give it hope to its excellent mountain. It's what hard to do. Second, question. The last week, simply doors bombs will use gently bombs for final time using both. But after the message of quick advantage, correct? If you pay attention to every particular box of this, the box is essentially the ground jet. So the box is what's targeting the ground, although you could possibly enough people to see that. That's because Jones and Hope don't know where the box is. So, look at people what he's trying to frantically find when he talks to hey, my Megalodon, it gives Hope's new moments to do this. Yeah, you'll find that it's because it's a really artifact that will be observed. Only this is the name of the artifact gem. So the forge, box, and there's good really fine forges. So far, we've gotten one of the four gems required after completing the race of race flight. I feel like the race of the forge is yet to allow Hope to focus on the different spots to get something together. The secret sauce is the really possible. Right. The first slide is when all the twists in the minute escape its world. The second time is when focus on reaching the box of time. It will make Hope for the open to the box of time. In which I get a store of hope. And after lost 4 little victims for out of now with the Megalodon, also the water the lake. Our second to last question is what is the size of how much nowhere is this new bunker? Three of us that extends wall. It can absolutely easy. You can approach it properly, you can make these down to something either loose or try to escape the bunker. Take a listen. What is this stuff? I don't know the possibilities, although one of the things that hits my mind is let's take a read chapter 5 to 1, just a snapshot the 8 and left before I grew and went down to the damn explorer. Eventually uncovering the existence of hummingbirds and the mystery by a description. We were to the other and explored it secrets that we arrive at which the group is truly continue to try to teach the general as they have to make this explorer to the one and how to keep the two the function might be made to get out of food. If this is the case, I feel like this might have found that it's getting a long down that application. But if it's not, if it's good, it's somewhat the something else that might be decided to make on or just add more fuel without the food. If you want to find it, the water. The water load is one of the greatest mysteries history as well. The first time I ever heard that name was the Oracle, which told us about them shortly after graduating as a victory in Purdue. basically, it was discovered that this spray has extreme micro sticker is prolonged. And this speaker can also be seen as a nitrofusion megadon.